Hey Lacey, how are ya? Oh, let's see how shopping. I put potatoes in must. Ujin meat. Cernix. Those are, that'll make a lot. That will. Plants. Bill. Oh. I ran out of water. How good looking my house is now. Place. Like fucking place. Oh, I still got a outside zone. I think I decided to play this before I go and read. housework done. Mm. Oh, cursing. Okay. Okay. 10 minutes. Start. Okay. 10 minutes of no cursing. I can do that, especially while we're not reading. That match house. Seeds. This one might. Done. Done growing. Not done growing yet. Can't have seeds till they're done growing. water. They really need a sprinkler. I think they got all this magical powers and weird science stuff going on, but they can't figure out a sprinkler to water your crops and all your other stuff. Little pine tree. Lighten up. Roll those trees up right there too. Water all the plants. That for the roof. That for the floor. Sorry, wallpaper. House. But Making that one back. Had all that free stuff, so I figured might as well use. Like that beat. Oh, there's your 10 minutes, lady. There's your 10 minutes. Oh, swear. He is standing on my head. Barking. Like that, I added hallways. Spaced everything out a little. Then I added a little, like, a room here. Fireplace. Cozy. Cozy area. Oh, wow. Pretty dope, I would say. Build some. Much bigger. Oh, and more up. No problem. No problem there. Up. spread everything out. And I kind of wish that I could get rid of the wall. Get rid of the entire wall. The whole place up. That would be nicer. I think. I think it would be nicer. Yeah, yeah. Have to be. hadn't. Bench and grab. Uh, so bench. house not in front. That's better. Right above the reef. Looking good. Looking good. Yeah, there we go. Right over the tip. Oh, yeah. Good. Oh, kitchen. Love my super kitchen. Down in. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Kitchen. Yeah. Thought about putting a fireplace, but I've got this. It's kind of like a sort of maybe a fireplace. Not entirely sure. That out. Got about it. There. Oh, good. That's pretty. Cute. Boom. I can. Potted plant. But I. Or little bitty sunflowers. There. They have like a trophy. There we go. All of it. Eat and fuck. Probably do. Probably. Hi, Anthony. For a little bit, yeah. Doing a little bit of Palia because I added more to the house. Decided to use up stuff that I can't sell back that was gifted to me. Figured I might as well use it. So I added on to the kitchen, added on to the bedroom. I put walkways in, or hallways, into the sections that I had because I wanted them a little more separated. I added medium. So I can add like a porch to the kitchen. But like, or I can actually wanted to, I can move this porch around to this side so you can walk outside and just over it. I have one more porch that I can add on. The only spot I can. Not really new updates. Oh, or I could put on that. That porch on right on have to move a few of those tiles on right there. To the master bedroom. Well, I got all that free stuff given to me, so I was like, and I'd gone and bought all these rooms already, and I could have had a lot of this stuff for free, and I didn't. And so I went, well, I mean, I've got it. I might as well use it, right? It's not like I can't sell it back. Can't sell the stuff to else. I guess I could have gifted stuff away. But I mean, have it. Might as well use it, right? And technically, I could have subdivided this and made two full size different houses. But now I've got like my own mansion kind of place. Oh, but it looks really good. Really like it. So I'm gonna. And I got another. There's four of those, so I was thinking, well, I'll put one on each corner of that, like a. And I have my like formal dining area, my ginormous fireplace, like a separate cooking kitchen area with like a table. Kind of cool. I don't have nearly enough stuff to make and craft. think this bookcase I can. It looks cool, and now the bedroom has like a little extra add-on to fireplace. Nice, all cozy, warm. I would definitely. Awesome. I would spend a lot of time out in. They'll keep that in the middle of a room. Being that's cool. I like that. That look very cool. I like that. Yeah, yeah. Very cool. I like it. I dig it. And like I said, once I use up the apple tree and the blueberry bush, probably move the gardening back over to the side. Like garden over outside. Ordered like by a flower bed. Bit of How you doing, Anthony? By the way, doing good? Ah, toilet. That way you don't walk all the way over there to go take a crap when you're working it up. That's better. Yeah. Very good. Space stuff out a little. Like you got like a little extended cabinet, but base. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah. Very good. Make sure. Oh, nice. Epsom bath. Huh? Just scrub them puppies down afterward. Whoa. Scrub down, scrub all that dead skin off. Throw that. It'll be fine. That'll be fine. Wish you could make better porches. Oh, just a hot soak for 4 feet. That works too. Normally when I soak my feet, usually scrub them down, but I wear my stiff bristle brush is. I found my stiff bristle brush. I got some rough feet. Send me in the mailbox. Haven't been. Simply working on the house, making my McMansion. My McMansion. Guess I can always use the wire brush out of the shop. I'll take that fucking feet. Probably down and see if there's anything that's supposed to. I don't know if there's anything I'm supposed to be doing at the moment. I have been ignoring the townspeople. Stardust hat. By purple. Got the little word things that are as the flag. Let's see what he's got for us. Supposed to talk to him. Last time I went over to talk to him, he didn't tell me nothing. Like, thanks for stopping by. Some little flappy tailed critter, whatever that is. Run in one door, goes out the other. Through.
What brings you around here? Woohoo!
No problem, buddy. He ate it.
Aww. See you later, hot potato.
See you later, hot potato. Where Oh. Back him up. Now, everything should be working. Follows, alerts, and all that shit should be working. I found something that wasn't enabled. All that shit. Hopefully. Fingers crossed on that one. I think that's all I needed to do. zip.
Yes.
Farewell, fair traveler.
Traveler? Blah, bitty, blah, blah, blah. Okay. 1,000 bucks? They're blown. Of the air conditioning, but times to doodle on the cold. Extra sleep. Ollie. Got the not in. Gas. Pay for current. No. Some of the stuff's really cool looking. Spend a bunch of money on it. Be that much. Over Duck Pond, and we'll be right back. Hang tight while I pull it hot. Ducks. And we will get back to the story of Billy Summer. I'm going to go use the restroom. I will be right back and get back in.
Meteo radio. Previsioni del tempo sull'Italia per domani. Al nord generalmente poco nuvoloso, salvo locali aumenti della nuvolosità sull'arco alpino, dove non si escludono locali piovaschi.
Jadu Mantaka, Jadu Mantaka, Jadu Mantaka. You are going into the future.
Ehi mamma, stavolta hai fatto un minestrone in casa.
Ogni famiglia è composta da un maschio e 5 femmine, sono individuali, cioè da 1 a 3 animaletti per giornata.
Okay, let's get Billy Summers. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the book so far. Know what you think. Either in chat, in Discord, wherever. Chapter 17. 1. Alice must have been waiting just inside the door of her room, because when Billy knocks, she opens up at once and hugs him. He's startled for a moment and starts to pull away, but when he sees the hurt look on her face, he hugs her back. Other than meaningless bro hugs from people like Nick and Giorgio, he hasn't had a real hug in a long time. Then he realizes that's not true. He got hugs from Jimmy Saccharin. They were good, and this one is too. They go inside. He told her he was okay when he called from the car after leaving Landview Estates. But she asks again now, and he tells her again. And you? Dealt with them? Yes, all three of them. Yes. Do I want to know how? None of them is going to need a hospital, is it? But all of them paid a price. Let's leave it at that. Fine. But can I ask a question I asked before? Lily says she can. Would you do it for me or your sister? He thinks it over and says, I think both. Gives a case closed nod. The wig looks like a hurricane going through it. Do you have a comb? He does. It's in his shaving. Alice tints the wig over her spread fingers and starts combing it out in brisk strokes. Are we staying here tonight? Lily's thought about this on the short drive back. I think we should. I don't believe we have to worry about the three stooges calling the cops. He's thinking of the picture on his phone, and it's getting late. She stops coming and looks at him dead on. Take me with you when you go, please. He mistakes his silence for reluctance. There's nothing for me here. I can't go back to business school and serving cappuccinos. I can't go home either. I won't. Not after all this. I need to get out of this town. I need to start over. Please, Dalton, please. All right. But there's going to be a point where we have to go our separate ways. You understand that, right? Yes. She holds out the wig. Better? It is. And my friends call me Billy. Okay? He smiles. Okay. 2. There's a Slim Chickens a quarter-mile down the service road. Billy drives through and brings back food and shakes. The way she keeps her eyes on her chicken and bacon sandwich, planning the next bite even while she's chewing one in her mouth. Pleases him. He has no idea why, but it does. They watch the local news. There's just one of them. Just one item. The courthouse item there. There's just one item about the courthouse assassination. It's nothing new, just 2-minute filler piece before the weather. The world is moving on. Are you going to be okay tonight? Yes. She steals one of his fries, as if that proves it. If you start getting short of breath, Teddy Bear's Picnic, I know. And if that doesn't work, knock on the wall. I'll come. Okay. He gets up and tosses his trash, then I'll say goodnight. There's some stuff I have to do. Are you going to work on your story? Billy shakes his head. Other stuff. Oh, Alice looks troubled. Billy? You wouldn't run out on me in the middle of the night, would you? This is such a perfect turnaround that he has to laugh. No, I'm not going to do that. Promise? He crooks his little finger as he sometimes did with Shan, and often did with Kathy. Pinky swear. She crooks her own, smiling, and they link up. Go to bed early because we're going to leave early. Long drive. All he has to do now is find out where they're going. Three. In his room on the other side of the wall, he texts Bucky Hansen. Can I come to where you are? Actually, it's we. I have someone with me. She's safe, but going to need new ID. Not staying long. When I get there, the balance of what's owed to me will get what I promised. He sends and waits. He and Bucky go back almost to the beginning. Billy trusts him completely, but thinks Bucky trusts him. Also, $1 million is a lot of cheese. 5 minutes later, his phone bangs. Scott's live show, Skipper's Smokehouse, 2007, 69 El Camino, YT, Elite and DTA. They haven't communicated like this in several years. But Billy remembers what DTA was. Don't text again. For Bucky to go to such lengths means he's being very, very cautious. He may have heard something. If so, it was nothing good. Billy also knows Scott. It stands for Southern Culture on the Skids. Bucky's favorite band. 69 El Camino is one of their songs. Billy goes to YouTube and types out Scott's Live at Skipper's Smokehouse. Southern Culture on the Skids. Must have played that particular venue a lot over the years because there are 40 vids of various songs. 5 of them are 69 El Camino, but there's only one from 2007. Billy selects it but doesn't hit play. It's Smeary's cell phone video. The sound will suck, and it's not music he came for. It's had a little over 4,000 views and hundreds of people have left comments. Billy scrolls down to the last one. It's tagged Hanson 199. It was posted 2 minutes ago. Great tune. Saw them play a kick-ass 10-minute version at Edgewood Saloon in Sidewinder. Billy adds his own posts, tagging himself Taco04. It's brief. Hope to see them soon. He deletes his text to Bucky and Bucky's reply about Scott's video. Then goes to Google. There's only one town named Sidewinder in the continental United States. It's in Colorado. There's no Edgewood Saloon, but there is a thoroughfare called Edgewood Mountain Drive. Text Alice, leaving at 5 a.m., okay? The reply, Roger, comes back immediately. Billy downloads an app to one of the Alltech laptops. It takes a while because Penny Pine's Wi-Fi is weak as shit. When the download is complete, he reads for an hour, then takes a long hot shower. Sets the alarm on his phone before going to bed, even though he knows he won't need it. He dreams of Lollapalooza. No surprise there. It's still dark when they stow their first belongings in the back seat of the Fusion. Billy sets one of the cheap Alltechs on the console between the front seats, plugs it into the power outlet. I know one of these cheapies would come in handy sooner or later. Did you really? Alice looks still half asleep. Nope, but sometimes you get lucky. While she fastens the seatbelt, Billy opens the app downloaded last night. There's a shrill sound like an old-fashioned modem connecting. He squelches the volume. What's that for? Billy bends over and points to the unobtrusive panel down below and to the left of the glove compartment. That's the OBD, onboard diagnostic. Does all sorts of things, and because this is a lease car, one of the things it does is pinpoint our location if anyone at the dealership wants to check, which they would as soon as we cross the state line, because it's programmed to send a note. This app is a jammer. If anyone checks, they'll think the OBD is on the fritz. You hope they'll think that? Confidence is high. You ready? Don't want to dummy check the room. I'm ready. He's wide awake now. Where are we going? Colorado. Colorado? My God. Sounds very young. How far? Over 1,000 miles. 2-day drive. Then we better get going. Billy says, Roger that. Drops the Fusion transmission in drive. 5 minutes later, they're on the turnpike and headed west. 5. They stop for gas and food in Muskogee, town made famous by Merle Haggard. Alice has been busy on the Alltech and directs Billy to the Arrowhead Mall. When they get there, she points out a building with bright orange awnings. What's Ulta? Billy asks. makeup store. You go in. I don't want to with my face looking like this. Billy can't blame her. She's young, she's healthy, and the bruises have started to fade, but it's still pretty clear that someone tuned up on her in the recent past. She tells him what to get, and he gets it. The basic product is called Dermablend Cover Cream. It's less expensive than the morning after pill. But once he adds in the brush and the setting powder, he's closing in on $80. You're an expensive date, he says when he gives her the bag. Wait till you see the results. He sounds pert. Billy likes that. She's come a long way back from the girl who couldn't bear to look at herself in the mirror. But not all the way back. He falls asleep that afternoon as they continue to drive northwest. And after an hour or so, he hears her moaning. Puts out her hands in a warding off gesture. One of them strikes the dashboard and she wakes up with a gasp. Then another. And a third. This time with her hands on her throat. Teddy Bear's Picnic. Stat. Billy says. He's already slowly moving over into the breakdown lane. I'm okay, keep going. I'm alright now. Bad dream is all. What was it? Billy asks, turning off his blinker and swerving the Fusion back into the travel lane. I don't remember. Lying, but that's it. They stop for the night in the little town of Protection, Kansas. Because it's almost halfway to where they're going, but also because they both like the idea of staying at a place called the Protection Motel. This time Alice goes in with him when he registers, and the guy at the desk barely gives her a glance. A woman might have, Billy thinks. The makeup is good, and she applied it skillfully, but it's not quite perfect. He asks if she wants him to get takeout, and Alice shakes her head. She's ready to go public, and that's also good. They eat at Don's place, which is just about the only place in Protection when it comes to food. The menu consists mostly of burgers and corn dogs. This guy we're going to see, what's he like? Bucky's 65, or 70 now. Skinny as hell, ex-Marine, pretty much lives on beer, cigarettes, Slim Jims, and rock and roll. He's good with computers and has a lot of contacts, and he helps put strings together. Strings? Pro stick-up guys. Not kids, not junkies, not trigger-happy hothead. He's part agent, part talent scout. For the underworld? I don't know if there's really an underworld anymore. I think the computer age pretty much killed it. And he finds jobs for people like you. Lowers are hired killers. So far as Billy knows, he's the only hired killer Bucky does business with. But he doesn't disagree. How could he when it's true? He could tell her again that he only kills people who deserve to be. But why bother? Either she believes it or she doesn't. In any case, it's a moot point. Can't change his past, but he means to change his future. He also intends to have his payday. He earned it. Lucky will have ID for it. I think. It's one of the things he does. You can be a new person if you want to. I do. Doesn't pause to think about it. Although at some point I suppose I want to call my mother. Gives a little laugh and a small shake of her head. You know, I can't remember the last time she called me. But you did talk to her. Yes, while you were visiting the crib. You didn't really tell her you were going to Cancun, did you? I was tempted, but no. I said I had a boyfriend and we broke up when I quit school. And I needed some time to think about what comes next. She was okay with that? It's been a long time since she was okay with anything I do. Can we talk about something else, please? The next day is nothing but driving, most of it on I-70. Alice, still recovering from physical and mental trauma, sleeps a little. Billy thinks about the Fallujah part of his story, which is now stored on the thumb drive in his computer bag. That leads him to Albie Stark. He used to talk about getting his Harley out of storage when he got home and taking a road trip from New York to San Francisco. None of that blue highway shit either. Dad, I'd be turnpiking the whole way. Crank it up to 80 and pull the knobs off. Albie never had a chance to do that. Albie died behind a rusty old Fallujah taxi, and his last words were, "It's nothing, just clip me." Only then he started gasping, the way Alice did when she had her panic. And he never got a chance to sing even the first line of Teddy Bear's Picnic. They stopped for gas and food in the little town of Winter, Kansas. It's a waffle delight. When they get out of the Fusion approach, they see a couple of state cops standing at the counter. Alice hesitates, but Billy keeps going, and it turns out fine. Cops hardly give them a glance. If you act right, most of the time they don't even notice you, Billy says, as they walk back to the car. Most times, Billy shrugs. Anything can happen. Play the odds and hope for the best. They're afraid of it. I'm a realist, Billy laughs. Is there a difference? He stops with his hand on the Fusion door handle and looks at her. He has a way of surprising you. You may be too smart for business school, he says. I think you could do better. 8. Alice sleeps again, full of waffles and bacon. Billy glances at her from time to time. He likes her looks more and more. He likes who she is. He just slam the door on one life and open the door on a new one. How many people would do that even if they got the chance? Around 4 o'clock, she wakes up, stretches, then gasps. She's looking through the windshield with wide eyes. Ain't it happened? Billy laughs. Never heard that one before. The Rockies. Oh my God, look at them. There's something, all right. I've seen pictures, but it's not the same. I mean, they just start. It's true. They have driven through hundreds of miles of flatland. And then all at once, there they are. Thought we might get to Buc-ee's today. Guess we still could, but I don't want to drive Route 19 in the mountains after dark. It's probably twisty. What he doesn't tell her is that he wouldn't want Buc-ee seeing headlights pulling into his driveway between 10 and midnight. Not after Buc-ee was so careful about giving out his location. See if you can find us an off-brand motel east of Denver. Uses Dalton phone with the dexterity of the youth. There's a place called Pronghorn Motor Rest. That sounds off-brand enough for you. It does. How far? Looks like about 30 miles. He does some more typing and swiping. It's in a town called Byers. They have a turkey shoot with a big dance out, but it's not until November. This one missing. Too bad. Well, she says shit happens. Life was a party, and parties weren't meant to last. I'm excited as a little startled. F. Scott Fitzgerald? Prince, he says, can't get over how gorgeous those mountains. When the sun goes down, I don't think I'll look. My heart might break. The only reason I'm here is because those men raped me, threw me out in the rain. Guess everything happens for a reason. Billy heard the saying many times before, and it always makes him mad. I don't believe that. I won't. Okay, I'm sorry. I was a little scared. I didn't mean to believe that. Believing that would mean believing that someone or something up the line is more important than my sister. Same with Albie Stark, Taco, Johnny Caps. We'll never walk. There's nothing reasonable about any of that. He doesn't answer. When he looks at her, she's looking down at her tightly clasped hands, and there are tears on her cheek. Jesus, also didn't mean to make you cry. You didn't, she says, brushing away the yellow covered cheeks. It's just that if there's a God, doing a piss poor job. Alice points ahead at the blue teeth of the Rocky. There's a God, he made those. Well, Billy thinks, girl's got a point. Ninja duck sighting. Ninja ducks got some. There's no problem joining rooms at the Pronghorn Motor Rest. Based on the number of cars in the parking lot, Billy thinks they could have had every room on the hallway to themselves. They eat at a nearby burger barn. Back at the motel, Billy plugs in the thumb drive with his story on. He opens the document and goes to where he left off. Taco handing Fareed their Good Morning Vietnam bullhorn. Then he closes it again. He's not afraid to write about what happened in the film. But he doesn't want to do it in installments either. He wants to be in a quiet place where he can pour it out like poison from a bottle. He doesn't think it will take long, but those hours will be intense. He goes to the window and looks out. There are a couple of cheap lawn chairs in front of each unit. Alice is sitting in one of them, staring up at the stars. He looks at her, looking for a long time. He doesn't need a psychiatrist to tell him what she needs to. She's a version of Kathy, only grown up. Psychiatrist might try to argue that she is also Robin McGuire, aka Ronnie Gibbons, from the House of Everlasting Pain. But that wouldn't be true, because he wanted to fuck Robin. Maybe it was the night he jacked off to the fond fantasy, and he doesn't want to fuck Alice. He cares for her, and that means more than fucking. Is caring for her dangerous? Of course it is. It is the way Alice has come to care for him, trust him, to depend on him. Equally as dangerous? Of course. Of course it is. But to see her sitting there and looking up at the stars, that means something. It might not if things go wrong, but right now, he gave her the mountain and the stars. Not to own, but at least look at, and that means it. They get an early start and are skirting Denver at 8 in the morning. It's flat. They drive through Boulder at 9:15. Also flat. Boom. Then boom, they're in the mountains. The road is every bit as twisty as Billy thought it would be. Alice sits up straight, her head on a swivel, her eyes wide as she looks. Deep gorges to her right, steep wooded upslopes on her left. Billy gets it. She's a New England girl who's made one short and ultimately unpleasant side trip to the Mid-South. And this is all new to her, all amazing. She will never believe she had to get raped in order to be here in the Rocky Mountain foothills. But he's glad she can be. He likes her amazement. Loves it. I could live here, yes. Do that till you hit your first winter. They drive through Nederland, a little town that seems to be a mere adjunct to the sprawling shopping center on the outskirts. Parking lot is jammed. Billy, who can believe almost anything, would be hard-pressed to believe that in the early spring of the following year, that parking lot would be almost deserted on a business day. Most of its stores closed. We need to go in there, Alice says. Points. There are lots of color in her cheeks. To the drugstore. He pulls in and finds a parking space. Something wrong? No, but I'm going to have a visit from my friend. It's 2 weeks early, but I can feel it coming. Cramps. He remembers the flyer that came with the morning after pill. Are you sure you don't want me to? No, I'll do it. I won't be long. God, I hope I don't make a mess of pants. If you do, we'll buy new ones, is how he means to finish. But she's already out of the car, hurrying to Walter, almost running. He comes back a few minutes later with a bag. He asks if she's okay. She tells him, almost curtly, that she's fine. Outside of town, they come to a scenic turnout, and she asks him to stop and park away from a few other cars, and she asks him to look the other way. He does so, and he's a hang gliding fool soaring out over a ravine, deep as a stab. From this distance, the guy hardly appears to be moving. He hears her shifting around, zipper going down, rattle of the bag, more rattling as she grips paper from what she needs. Pad him. Wouldn't want to try a tampon. Yeah. And her zipper again. You can look, man. Oh, you look. Billy says and points out the hang glider. The guy's wearing a bright red singlet and a yellow helmet, which will do exactly jack shit if you crash it into the side of a mountain. Oh my God. Alice is shading her eyes. Not to mention her sandy hat. Alice grins, a real grin. Very good to see, she repeats. I could live here. Do that? Billy points. Maybe not that. He pauses, thinking it over. But maybe. Ready to roll? You all high and tight? Roger that. That's quiet. Replies. Heart is released. 11. Billy's glad he's decided not to drive on. Billy's glad he decided not to drive on through yesterday, because it takes him another 2 hours to reach Sidewell. There's no shopping center here, just a one-street town crammed with souvenir shops, restaurants, clothing stores, featuring Western apparel and bars. Plenty of those. Names like Rough Rider, Balloon, Boots and Spurs, Homestead, 187. There's no Edgewood Saloon, but Billy didn't expect it. Pretty near to the bar, Alice says. 187. It is, Billy agrees, but based on the rank of motorcycles parked out front, he doesn't think the name is funny at all. 187 is the California Penal Code designation for murder. Alice is using his phone to navigate as the Fusion GPS is jammed along with the locator. Another mile, maybe a little more, on the left. Mile takes them out of town. Billy slows and sees the sign for Edgewood Mountain Drive and makes the turn. They pass nice-looking homes and Swiss-style chalets set back from the street, many with their driveways chained off. The ski season is still 6 weeks away. Beyond 108 Edgewood, paving ends. The previously smooth road becomes first bouncy and downright jancy. Billy negotiates a tight S-curve and bulls the Fusion over a washboard culvert. This time the car bounces so hard their seatbelts lock. Are you sure this is right? That's right. We're looking for 199. He consults the phone. It says there's no such number. I'm not surprised. Half a mile further on, the dirt runs out and they find themselves on a grassy track. Wildflowers growing around the humps between the ruts. Billy thinks it might be the remains of an old logging road. The trees crowd in, branches whip the Fusion's sides. The track goes steeper. Billy steers his way around hidden rocks left over from the last ice age. Alice looks increasingly angry. If this just ends, you're going to have to back up for 2 miles because there's no place to. Billy hauls the Fusion around the tightest curve yet, and the road does end. Dead ahead is a log house jutting its long length over a steep slope, supported by posts that look like cut-off telephone. Jeep Cherokee is parked underneath an open porch. Billy can hear a generator somewhere out back. Down low but strong. Steady. Billy and Alice get out. Look up at the shading their eyes. Lucky Hansen rises from the rocking chair between City. Comes to the shake pole rail. He's wearing a New York Ranger human cap, smoking a cigarette. Well, Billy, thought you got lost. He did too. Lucky, this is Alice. Pleasure to meet you, Alice. Billy, look at you. How long has it been since we were face to face? That could be 4 years at least. Well, come on up. Steps are on the side. Hungry? Billy was afraid his longtime fixer and agent might resent him bringing a stranger. Pretty clearly an emergency. Bolt hole. But Bucky treats Alice kindly. Doesn't come right out and say that he's a friend of Billy's. He makes it clear after her initial kindness, maybe it's very relaxed. Still, she's careful to stay near Billy. Kitchen is neat, roomy, sunny. Bucky heats up macaroni and cheese in the microwave. Love to make you huevos rancheros. I'm not half bad at it, but I'm still not completely situated here. Need to finish getting supplied. Then I'll just hunker down until the business comes to, until this business comes to conclusion. Happy one would be. I got you into a mess. Sorry. Lucky flaps a hand at him. I brokered the deal and knew the risks. Sets a steaming bowl before each of them. What about you, Alice? How'd you meet this vet of Georgie Bush's corp? Alice looks at her as if she finds it especially fascinating. Cheeks turn pink. Guess you could say he picked me up off the street. That's so, huh? Showing you his stupid ass. That is so. Give it to him. Really doesn't want to. Alice is different from like Georgie. Lucky has been this day for a while. Only he doesn't have it. I've seen it already. Gives Billy a look before addressing her. But it's enough to make her talking about the first part of the story. Party Road, knowing Nick and Georgie, probably reading over his shoulder.
Huh.
Great, isn't it? Lucky says, fetching his own bowl and sitting down. Billy reads all the hard books, but he can also tell you every kid at Riverdale High and how Batman got his cape. Billy thinks, what the hell? A little won't hurt. Makes his eyes big and slow. Closes speech. I actually don't know that. Bucky laughs and points his fork. The macaroni noodle still caught on one of the tines. Billy, man, you haven't lost a step. Turns to Alice. Picked you up off the street, huh? What's that mean exactly? That he saved my life. Bucky raises his eyebrows. Did he now? I want to hear all about it. In fact, I want to hear everything, especially what went wrong. Billy considers this carefully. Everything but Alice, says, starts laughing. Can't help it. He again starts with Frank McIntosh and Paulie Logan, picking him up at the hotel. Goes through it to the end, picking up only on the last part. Thanks to the guys who Alice up, he took care of it. Bucky doesn't ask how. Billy collects their dishes, takes them over to the bank and starts working. Little house at the ass end of Edgewood Mountain Drive has a microwave and a satellite. But there's no dishwasher. I'll do those. Let's get. What do you want? Bucky's. Only a few. I'll leave the casserole dish to soak. That baked on cheese is a bitch. Billy, how long do you want to stay? I only ask because if you're going to be here long, I'll have to make a run to King's. I don't know. But I am happy to get the groceries. I'll go too. Give me a list. Looks in the fridge. I need some vegetables. Bucky ignores that. From the sink. Back turned, he says, they're after you, Billy. Not just Nick's organization. 4 other brands of competition. Plus God knows how many independents. One of those occasions, rare but not unheard of. Everybody's on the same page. You're a big topic of conversation. You're referred to as Mr. Summerall. As in Billy Summers and David Locker. Right. Is anybody chatting about Dalton Smith? So far as I know, Dalton Smith is good. These guys have access to all the best investigative agents, outfits, FBI look like rubes. And if you let any left any loose ends, any at all, Dalton Smith is gone. Bucky turns from the sink as he wipes his reddened hands on the dish towel. Looks directly at Alice. He doesn't have to say anything. Takes his not a loose. When I leave here, she goes her own way and asks if you can put together the document. Well, I can do. Did one thing already. Nothing like the internet. Hooked up to state-of-the-art equipment. Coach, back at the table. Pick my own name. Better that you. Too easy to pick one that leads to your past. I didn't pick it yet either. Here it is. Site called Name Generator. Looks at Billy. Trust her, that's good enough. What about the Jensen or the real estate guy? Have any idea you were someone other than Dalton Smith? Billy shakes. So you're clean and that's good, because there's a bounty on your head. How much? Chat room says $6 million. Billy gets. You shitting me? Why? They were only paying me $2 to do the job in the first place. I don't know. Alice is turning her head from one to the other as if watching a tennis match. Bucky says, Nick's handling the contract, but I don't think it's his money. Any more than the money they were promised that was his. Billy props his elbows on the table and his loosely closed fists sides of his face. He pays $6 million to kill a shooter. Got another shooter. Laughs. Save that right up there with he sells seashells down at who? Why? Joel Allen was nobody, as far as I can tell. Bucky shakes his head. Don't know, but I bet Nick Najarian does. Maybe you'll get a chance to ask him. Nick Najarian. Asked Billy sighs. Benji Compson, the guy who got me into this. Which is sort of a lie. He got into it all by himself. In the end, Billy decides he and Alice will stay with Bucky for days, maybe 4. He wants to finish writing about the funhouse. It won't take long, but he also needs time to think about his next move. Does he need another long gun? Help equipped. Go with the Ruger. Doesn't know. Does he need another maybe a block to hold 17 rounds instead of but a potato buster for Ruger might come in handy, little as he likes it. Would he have occasion to use such a thing? Doesn't know that either. But Bucky tells him that a jam and lock silencer for the GP should be no problem. If that is, he doesn't mind something homemade to break apart after shots fired through. Bucky says in the high country all sorts of it. I could get you an M249, wanted. I'd have to ask around, but I know some people ask. Safe people who mouth shoot. Solved. In other words, Billy has a brief but brilliant memory of Big Joe Wazowski standing outside the funhouse with that very same gun. He shakes his head. Let's stick with the silencer. Silencer for a Ruger Jeep. Alice will have her paper a few days well. When she and Billy go for groceries, Sidewinder, Bucky wants her to pick up some hair dye. I think you should go blonde for your drivers. Leave the eyebrows dark. That would be a good look. Pink sounds out. It looks interesting. Yeah. You're in business. I'll give you some background. Can you take shorthand? Yes. Took a summer course in Rhode Island. Get to fairly fast. You could answer a phone. Dignam Chevrolet. Oh, how may direct your call? I'll just close your eyes. Okay, entry-level skills. In the way the economy is roaring, had nice clothes, good shoes, cheery smile. No reason why Beth Anderson can't find a niche. Bucky doesn't like it. Alice doesn't pick up on it. But Billy doesn't know why. They go for groceries. Billy wearing his wig and a pair of dark glasses. Bucky finds for him in a clutter stuff. What he calls Irish luggage. He has no pack. The King Super, Billy pays cash. We go back up Edgewood Mountain Drive, fusion thudding and bumping, and forging grumpily ahead over the last 2 miles. Alice helps Bucky put things away. He looks at the plantains she purchased doubtfully, but says nothing. When that chore is done, she says she tired of being cooped up, and asks if it would be okay for her to take a walk. Bucky tells her that if she goes out the back door, she'll find a path into the woods. Steep slope, but you look young and strong. Might want to put on some bug. Check the bathroom. Alice comes back with her sleeves rolled up, trucker style, slathering on Cutter. Her cheeks are shining. Don't mind the wolves, Bucky says. And seeing her alarmed expression, kidding, kiddo. The old timers say there haven't been wolves around here since 1950. All hunted out. Bears too. But if you can make it a mile, you're going to come to one hell of a view. You can look across. Don't know how many miles of gulch and ravine to a big old flat clearing on the other side. Used to be a resort hotel there, but it burned flat many moons ago. Trust us. Where is reputed to be haunted. Watch your step, Billy says. You don't want to break an ankle. I'll be careful. When she's gone, Bucky turns to Billy with a smile. Watch your step. Break it. Where are you? Daddy? God knows you're old enough. You get 40, just my friend. Couldn't tell you exactly how that did. But they roughed her up. Does that mean what I think it does? All of them? 2 out of 3. One of them just jizzed on. That's what he said. Alright. So, you know, hey, she's not. No, of course she's not. Probably never will be. Not completely. Billy thinks that. Like too many depressing ideas, it's probably true. Bucky gets 2 beers and they go out on the front porch. Billy's parked the Ford Fusion beneath nose to nose with the Cherokee. She seems to be coping, at least Bucky says. He resumes the rocking chair. Billy's taking another one. Got some guts. Does. And she can read her room, as they say. Maybe she did want to go strolling, but she mostly left so we could talk. You think? I do. You can have the spare room while you stay here. A bunch of my stuff's in it now, but I'll clear it out. The bed's stripped and I don't know if there's sheets, but I saw a couple of blankets on the shelf in the closet. That'll do for 3 or 4 nights. Since you're not sleeping with her, you get the attic. Most times of the year you'd freeze or boil up here. But right now it should be just about perfect. I've got a sleeping bag somewhere. Maybe still in the back of the Cherokee. Sounds good, thanks. Least I can do for a guy who's promising me $1 million. Unless you changed your mind about that. I haven't. You don't think I'll get it? You might. Bucky pulls a pack of Pall Mall Straights out of his shirt pocket. Billy didn't know they still made those. And offers it to Billy. He shakes his head. Bucky lights a smoke with an old Zippo. Marine emblem and Semper Fi embossed on the side. I learned a long time ago not to sell you short. They sit for a while without talking. 2 men on a porch Two men in porch rocker. Billy thought Pearson Street was quiet, but this place makes Pearson Street sound like downtown. Somewhere far off, someone is using a chainsaw, or maybe a wood chipper. That and a light breeze sighing through the pines and aspens is the whole soundtrack. Billy watches a bird go stiffly gliding across the blue sky. You should take her with you. Billy turns to Carter. Look, he has an old tin ashtray. Look to his butts and he is, what? Crazy? I thought she could stay here with you while I track you down. Could, but you really should take her home. Stubs out a cigarette. That's the ashtray aside in the corner. Hear me now because I'm not sure you did before. Guys are looking for you. Hard guy, like this Danny Edison. You know the cops didn't catch you. You know Nick's gifted. And they know there's a goddamn chance that you'll be on your way. Get what's over. That you'll take it out of his hide if you can't get in his way. Like Shylock. I don't know about that. Never saw the movie. But if you think that will fool them, it's one wig, which really has become bedraggled beats place. You're taking dumb people. They know you've changed your appearance. You never would have gotten out of Red Bull off otherwise. If you're driving, there are only so many ways into 8. They'll be watching all of them. He's making sense, but Billy doesn't like the idea of bringing us into it. The idea was to get her out of it. The first thing you might want to think about is the license plates. It's down and the vehicles beneath. There are cars with Dixieland plates in this part of the country, but not that many. Billy doesn't reply, struck dumb by his own stupidity. Sets up the jammer to block the alarm. But he's been flashing those blue diamond plates all the way across the Midwest, like a sign saying, "Here I am." Bucky doesn't have to read his mind because everything Billy is thinking is on his face. Don't beat yourself up about it. You did most stuff right, especially for someone moving fast. It only takes one thing wrong to put your head in the ditch. Bucky doesn't disagree. Lights another cigarette, says he doubts if they're looking for Billy in places like Oklahoma. Want to concentrate out west. Tight. Idaho, Utah, maybe Arizona, but most of all Nevada. Until you get to Vegas, things stand out. Besides, if they'd seen you and tracked you, they'd be here already. Such a gesture. Leaving a trail of smoking. Isolated spot, find place where think you were okay. The odds are in favor, which is good in another way, because the paperwork on the lease car is in the Dalton spot. You have ID and any other name? Billy still has his David Locker driver's license. Probably good one. None that's not burned. I can make you enough to get by. I'll use name general. Just if I make you a credit card, don't try using it. It will only be for show. Never mind switching the plates. You need to switch vehicles. That lease car can stay here for the time being. But ugly anyway. Comfy though, Billy says. Thanks, Beard. Got money. You wired me 10% of your advance, so I'm thinking you do. 40,000, but not in cash. Money manager accounts back in Red Bull, but in Dalton Smith's name. Yes. Lucky Stinger's manager. He butts it. There's a place on the east side of Sidewinder called Ricky's Good. Ricky's Good Used Cars. Kind of a fly-by-night outfit. You can buy something there. No better. I buy something. I can pay cash, and you can give me a Dalton Smith check in your mouth. I'll wait to cash it until you finish this fucking trouble in operation. If I get killed, you'll be stuck. Lucky flaps a hand. I'm not talking about being dirty. It's something that'll roll for as long as you do. $1,500, maybe $2,000. Maybe not a car at all. Maybe you don't pick it. Be better. Something rusted out with bad springs, but a worthwhile motor. What's up into the sun? Maybe pulling one of those little open trailers, like landscape guy. Coat their mowers, blowers. Billy can see it in his mind's eye. Truck with paint cracking on the doors, rust on the rocker panels, Bondo around the headlight. Clap beat up old cowboy hat on his head. Yes. Could be good camouflage. It looked like any day wage drifter. They'll still be looking for a man alone. And that's where Alice comes. You two pull into some roadside cafe where a couple of bounty hunters are drinking coffee on Highway 50. They're going to see nothing but some fella and his dog, Bernice, in a broke down old Dodge or F-150. I'm not taking Alice into a situation that might get bloody. Worst thing about it is that she might go. Did you take her with you when you dealt with those dinks who raped her? Of course you didn't. Left her in a nearby motel. But before you can say so, the back door opens and Alice is back. When she comes out to the porch, her color is high, smiling. The brown hair is blowing into a haste. Smiling. Her hair is blown into a haystack. And Billy sees the only minimal surprise that today, at least, she's actually kind of gorgeous. beautiful up there. So windy, it almost blew me off my feet. But oh my God, Billy, you can see forever on a clear day. Alice either doesn't get the reference or is too full of what's he's seen to give it even a touch of time. There were clouds in the sky above me, but also some below me. I saw this huge bird. Couldn't have been a condor. Yes, it could. But got them up here now. Although I've never seen one way across on the other side. This is crazy, but I thought I saw that hotel talked about. Then I blinked my eyes. The wind was so strong they were tearing up. And when I looked again, it was gone. Lucky to, wow. I'm not the only person who seen that. I'm not a superstitious, but I wouldn't go anywhere near where the Overlook Hotel used. Bad stuff happened. Allison, it was a beautiful view and a beautiful walk. Guess what, Billy? Little log cabin about a quarter of a mile up the path. Lucky's nodding. Kind of a summer house type thing. Yes, once upon a time. Well, it looks clean and dry, and there's a table and some chairs with the door open. Get some sun to work on your story there, Billy. If you want it. I mean, maybe I will. Turns to Bucky. How long have you owned this? Billy thinks. Bucky thinks about it. 12 years? No? Guess it's more like 14. How the time slides by, huh? I make sure to come up for a week or a weekend once or twice every year. Get seen around town. It's good to be a familiar face. What name do you? Elmer Randolph. My real first name and my middle name. Bucky gets up. Steve got eggs. They think the time is just about right for Pueblos Rancheros. Goes in. Billy gets up to follow, but before he can, Alice takes his arm just above the wrist. He remembers how she carried her across Pearson through the pouring rain. Eyes dull marbles peeping out between slitted lids. This is not that girl. This is a better girl. Once. Doesn't really overlook me.
Quack, 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 quack.
Enjoy the ducks for a moment. Legs fat.
Quack. 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 Quack, 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 quack. Quack. Quack.
Chapter 18. The difference is guests. Bucky is taking to smoking on the porch. Although the whole house holds the olfactory ghosts of the hundreds of Paul Malls he smokes since relocated to work. Billy joins him the next morning while Alice is in the shower, singing in there, which might be the best sign of recovery yet. Says you're working on a book, Bucky says. Billy laughs. I doubt if it will mount up to that. Says you might like to work on it in the summer house today. I might. Says it's good. I don't think she has much to compare it to. Bucky doesn't chase that. I thought she and I might do talking this morning. Give you a chance to get after it. You need a new wig. You need some lady things, not just hair dye. You've already discussed this? As a matter of fact, we have. I usually get up around 5, rather my bladder gets me up. And after I took care of that business, came out to have a smoke. He was already here. We watched the sun come up. Talked a little bit. How did she seem? Bucky tilts his head toward the sound of the singing. How does she sound? Pretty good, actually. I think so too. We might take a ride all the way into Boulder. Better selection there. Stop at Ricky Patterson. Used car lot on the backswing. See what he's got. Maybe have lunch at Handy Andy's. What if they're looking for you? You're the one on in the crosshairs, Billy. I imagine they took a look for me in New York, maybe checked out the system. Then gave me up for lost cause. Hope you're right. Tell you what, first stop we'll make will be either Buffalo Exchange or Common Threads. I'll buy a cowboy hat, yank it down to my ears. Hee-haw. Bucky puts out his current Pall Mall. He thinks the world of you, you know. Thinks you're the Tomcat's tested. Hope she didn't put it like that. In the bathroom, the shower keeps on. She's still singing, which is good. But Billy thinks she may be having a hard job getting clean. Enough to sleep. Actually, Bucky says, he called you her guardian angel. Half an hour later, after the steam was cleared out of the bathroom, Alice comes to the door while Billy is shaving. You don't mind if I go? Not a bit. Have fun. Keep your eyes open and don't be afraid to tell him to turn the radio down when your feelings start to rattle. He always had a tendency to blast it when Credence or Zepp came on. I doubt if he's changed. Want to get a couple of skirts and tops, as well as the dye for my hair and a wig for you. Pair of cheap tennies. Also some underwear that's not so kind of stuff your clueless uncle might pick up for you in a pinch.
Ehi, mamma, stavolta hai fatto un
Don't spare my feelings, I can take it. What you got me was fine, but I could use a little more. And a bra that doesn't have a knot holding one of the straps. Really forgot about that. Like the Fusion's license plates. Although Bucky is back on the porch, smoking and drinking orange juice. Billy doesn't know how he can bear the combination. Alice lowers her voice, but I don't have much money. Let Bucky take care of that. I'll take care of Bucky. Sure? Yes. Takes the hand not holding the razor and gives it a squeeze. Thank you for everything. Her thanking him is simultaneously crazy and perfectly reasonable. Paradox, of course. Keeps this to himself and calls her shit. 3. Bucky and Alice leaving Cherokee at 8:15. Alice has done her face and there's no sign of it. They wouldn't show much, even without the makeup. Billy thinks. been over a week since her date with Trip Donovan and the young are fast healers. Call me if you need to, he says. Yes, Dad, Lucky says. Alice tells Billy she will, but he can see that in her mind she's already on the road, talking with Bucky in way normal as in the way normal people talk, as if any of this is normal. Thinking about what she will see in stores that are new to her. Maybe trying stuff on. The only sign he's got this morning out of the girl who was raped is the way the shower ran. Once they're gone, Billy walks the path Alice took yesterday. Stops at the little cabin Bucky calls the summer house. Looks inside. There's an unpainted plank floor. The only furniture is a card table with 3 folders. But what else does he need? This is bird cruncher and maybe a Coke out of the fridge. All for the life of a rider. Wonders who said that to Irv Dean, wasn't it? Security guy at Gerard Tower. Seems long ago. Then another lie. And it was. David Lockridge. He walks up where the path ends and looks across the gorge to the clearing, wondering if he might see Alice's Phantom Hotel. He doesn't, just a few charred uprights where it once stood. There's no condor either. He goes back to the house for his Mac Pro and that can of Coke. Sets them on the card table in the summer house with the door wide open. The light is good. Fits in one of the folding chairs, gingerly at first, but it seems solid enough. Boots up his story and scrolls down to where Taco is handing him the squad's bullhorn. Where Taco was handing the squad's bullhorn to Farid, their Turk. He's about to pick up where he left off when Merton Richter interrupted him. Then notices there's a picture on the wall. He gets up for a closer look because it's in the far corner. Weird place for a painting. And the morning light doesn't quite reach there. It appears to show a bunch of hedges that have been clipped into animal strips. There's a dog on the left, a couple of rabbits on the right, 2 lions in the middle, and what might be a bull behind the lion. Or maybe it's supposed to be a rhinoceros. It's a poorly executed thing. The greens of the animals are too violent. And the artist has, for some reason, blinked a dab of red in the lion's eyes to give them a devilish aspect. Billy takes the painting down and turns it to face the wall. He knows that if he doesn't, his eyes will be continually drawn to it. Not because it's good, but because it isn't. cracks the can of Coke, takes a long swallow. Four. Come on, you guys, Taco said. Let's get some. He handed Fareed the bullhorn. That had Good Morning Vietnam on the side. He told him to give the house the usual loud hail, which came down to come out now and you come out on your feet. Come out later and you'll be in a body bag. Fareed did it and nobody came out. That was usually our cue to go in. After chanting, "We are Dark Horse." Of course. But this time Taco told Fareed to give it to them again. Fareed shot him a questioning look, but did, he was told. Still nothing. Doc told him to go one more time. "What's up with you?" Donk asked. "Don't know," Taco said. "Just feels wrong somehow. I don't like the fucking balcony running around the dome, for one thing. You see it?" We saw it. Alright. It had a low cement railing. There could be Mooj behind it, all crouched down. He saw us looking at him. No, I'm not freaking out, but it feels hinky. Fareed was halfway through his spiel when Captain Hurst, the new company commander, came by, standing up in an open Jeep. Legs spread like he thought he was George S. fucking Patton, Esquire. On the other side of the street from him were 3 apartment buildings. 2 finished and 1 half built, all spray painted with big C, meaning they had been cleared. Well, supposedly, Hurst was green and maybe not aware that sometimes the Hadjis crept back through even bad optics. His head would look as big as a Halloween pumpkin. "What are you waiting for, Sergeant?" he bawled. "Daylight's wasting. Clear that fucking hacienda." "Sir, yes, sir," Taco said. "Just giving them one more chance to come out alive." "Don't bother," Captain Hurst shouted. And on he sped. "The dingbat has spoken," Bigfoot Lopez said. "All right," Taco said. "Hands in the huddle." grouped in tight. The hot 8 that used to be the hot 9. Taco, Din Din, Clue, Donk, Bigfoot, Johnny Caps, Bill Roller with his medical bag of tricks, and me. I saw us as if I was outside myself. It happened to be that way sometimes. I remember sporadic gunfire. A grenade went off somewhere behind us in Block Kilo. That low crump sound. And an RPG banged somewhere up ahead. Maybe a block Papa. Maybe in Block Papa. I remember hearing a helo off in the distance. I remember some idiot blowing a whistle. Fleet, fleet, fleet. Christ knows why. I remember how hot it was. Sweat cutting clean trails down our dirty faces. And the kids up the street. Always the kids in their rock and rap t-shirts, ignoring the gunfire and the explosions like they didn't exist. Bent over their scabbed knees and picking up spent shell casing. We reloaded and redistributed to the fighters. I remember feeling for the baby shoe on my belt loop, not finding it. Our hands all together for the last time. I think Taco felt it. I sure did. Maybe they all did. I don't know. I remember their faces. I remember the smell of Johnny's English leather. He put on a little every day, rationing it out. His own private Lucky Charm. I remember him once saying to me that no man could die smelling like a gentleman. God wouldn't let it happen. Give it to me, kids, Taco said, so we did. Stupid, childish, like so many things in war are stupid and childish. But it pumped us up. And maybe if there were moods waiting for us in that big domed house, it gave them a moment's pause. Time to look at each other and wonder what the fuck they were doing and why they were probably going to die for some elderly, half-senile imam's idea of God. We are dark horse, of course. We are dark horse, of course. We gave our knotted hands a shake, then stood up. I had an M4 and my M24 slung over my shoulder. As well, next to me, Big Clue had the saw over one arm. 25 pounds or so, fully loaded, and a belt slung over one massive shoulder like a necklace. We clustered at the gate in the outer courtyard, crisscross shadows from the unfinished apartment building across the street, made the mural on the wall into a checkerboard. Children in some squares, watching women and the Mutaween in others. Bigfoot had his M870 breaching tool, a doorbuster shotgun meant to blow the lock and the gate smithereens. Taco stood aside so Foot could do his thing, but when Pablo gave the gate an experimental push, it swung open. with a horror movie creak. Taco looked at me and I looked at him. Two lowly jarhead bullet sponges with but a single thought. How fucking dinky gal is this? Tack gave a little shrug, as if to say, it is what it is. Then led us across the courtyard at a run, head down and bent at the waist. We followed. There was a single lonely soccer ball on the cobblestones. George Dinnerstein gave it a side foot kick as he went by. We crossed without a single shot fired from the house. Barred windows, finished against the cement wall. Four on either side of the double doors, which were heavy wood and at least 8 feet high. Carved into each were crossed scimitars or were a winged anchor, the symbol for the Ba'athist battalions, another hoodoo sign. I looked around for Farid and saw him back by the gate. He saw me looking and shrugged. I got it. Farid had a job and this was it. This wasn't it. Taco pointed to Donk and Blue, signaling them to go left and check the window there. Me and Bigfoot went to the right. I snuck a peek in the window on my side, hoping to pull back in time some mooch decided to blow my head off. But I saw no one, and no one shot at me. Saw a big circular room with rugs on the floor, low couch, bookcase. Now concentrating, just one lonely paperback book. Coffee table on its side. There was a tapestry of running horses on one wall. The room was almost as high as the nave of a small-town Catholic church, rising at least 50 feet to that dome, which was lit by lasers of sunlight, made almost solid by dancing dust motes. I ducked back for Bigfoot to take my place since I hadn't gotten my head blown off. He looked a little longer. Can't see the doors from here, but said to me, Angle's wrong. No. He turned back to Tack. I rocked my hands back and forth in a gesture that meant maybe okay, maybe not. From beside the window on the other side Dunk conveyed the same message with a shrug. We heard more gunfire, some distant, some closer. But there was none on Block Lima. The big domed house was quiet. Soccer ball, din kick, come to rest in the corner of the courtyard. The place was probably deserted, but I kept feeling my belt loop for that fucking shooting. The 8 of us drew back together, flanking the door. Got a stack, Taco said. You want some? I do, I said. Taco shook his head. You went first last time, Billy. Quit grubbing the tin and give someone else a chance. I want some, Johnny Cap said. You're it then. And that's why I'm walking today and Johnny isn't. Simple as that. God doesn't have a plan. He throws bucket sticks. He throws pickup sticks. Bucket. Taco pointed to Bigfoot, then at the double doors. The one on the right had an oversized iron latch sticking out like an impudent black tongue. Foot tried it, but the latch stayed firm. The courtyard had been open, maybe because kids came in there to play in better times, but the house was locked. Taco gave Bigfoot the nod, and Foot shouldered his shotgun, which was loaded with special door busting shells. The rest of us moved into a line. The ever-popular stack. Behind Johnny, Blue was second because he had the saw. Taco was behind Blue. I was fourth in line. Phil was at the back of the stack, as he always was. Johnny was hyperventilating, psyching himself up. I could see his lips moving. Get some, fucking get some. Foot waited for Taco. When Taco signaled, Foot blew the lock. A good chunk of the right-hand door went with it. It shuddered inward. Johnny didn't hesitate. He hit the left-hand door with his shoulder and burst into the room, yelling, "Banzai, motherfucker!" That was as far as he got before the Maj, who had been waiting behind the door on that side, opened fire with an HE. Aimed not at Johnny's back, but at his legs. His pants ripped as if in a breeze. Rippled as if in a breeze. He gave a shout, surprised, probably because the pain hadn't hit him. Blue backed into the room, shouting, "Get back, Marines!" We did, and when we were clear, he opened fire with the saw. He had it set for rapid fire rather than sustained, and the door blew back against the guy behind it. Splinters flying, across scimitars vaporizing, and still he was grabbing for one of the grenades taped to his belt. He got it, but it fell from his fingers with the spoon still in. Who kicked it away? I could see Johnny over Taco's shoulder. Now he was feeling the pain. He was screaming and weaving around, blood pouring onto his boots. "Get him," Taco said to Clue, and then he yelled, "Corman!" Johnny took one more step and then went down. He was screaming, "I'm hit! Oh my God, I'm hit bad!" Clue started forward with Taco right behind him. And that was when they opened up on us from above. We should have known. Those dusty rays of sunlight high in the dome should have told us, because we had observed no windows from the outside. Those were loopholes busted in the concrete down low where the waist-high wall around the outside balcony hid them. Clue was hit in the chest and staggered backward, holding on to the saw. His body armor stopped that one, but the next round took him in the throat. Taco looked up at the sunbeams, then grabbed for the saw. A bullet hit him in the shoulder. Two more pinged off the wall. The fourth hit him in the lower face. His jaw turned as if on a hinge. He spun towards us, spraying out a fan of blood, waving us back, and then the top of his head came off. Someone thumped me, and for just a second I thought I'd been shot from behind, and then Pill ran past, his medical pack now off his back and dangling from his hand by one strap. No, they're up top," Bigfoot shouted. He grabbed the pack's other strap and yanked our corpsman back, which is the only reason Clayton Pill Roller Briggs is still in the land of the living. Bullets hit the big room's floor, sending chips of tile flying. Bullets hit the rugs, raising puffs of dust and fiber. A bullet hole appeared in the tapestry, taking one of the running horses in the chest. The bullet hit the coffee table and sent it spinning. The Mujahideen on the balcony were firing steadily now. I saw the bodies of Taco and Clue jerk again and again as they shot them some more. Maybe to make sure, maybe venting their rage, probably both. But they stayed away from Johnny, who lay in the middle of the floor in a spreading pool of blood and screaming his head off. Wait. They could have taken him out easily, but that wasn't what they wanted. Johnny was their scapegoat. All of this from Foot blowing the door to the Mooj on the balcony, pouring fire into the bodies of Talk and Clue. Happened in a minute and a half, maybe less. When things go wrong, they don't waste time. "We have to get Capsy," Donk said. "That's what they want, Din Din." "That's what they want," Din Din said. "They ain't stupid. Don't you be. He'll bleed to death if we leave him." "I got him," Foot said, and ran in the door, bent almost double. He grabbed the back hook on Johnny's body armor and started dragging, bullets hitting all around him. He made it as far as the body of the dead Mooj. Then he took one in the face, and that was the end of Pablo Lopez of El Paso, Texas. He went over on his back, and the insurgents above switched to him for their target practice. Johnny continued to scream. I can't reach him, Din Din said. That's what Foot thought. I can reach him, Din Din said. That's what Foot thought, Donk said. Those assholes can shoot. He turned to me. What do we do, Billy? Call for air? We all knew that a Hellfire missile could take care of the Hajis on the balcony, but it would end Johnny Caps in the process. I said, I'm going to take them out. I didn't wait for any discussion. We were way past that. I ran back across the courtyard, dropping my M4 on the cobbles. You guys pull back now, boss. You guys pull back now, boss? Fareed asked. I didn't answer. Just ran across the street to the unfinished apartment building. There was no door. Inside it was shadowy and smelled of wet cement. The lobby was a treasure trove of canned goods, snack packs, and Hershey bars. There was a pallet of Coca-Cola and a pile of magazines with a filled-in stream on top. Some enterprising Iraqi Tajir had been using this as a trading post. Started running up the stairs. There was a lot of trash scattered on the first flight. On the second landing, someone had spray painted Yankee Go Home, an old favorite that never loses its charm. I could still hear fusillades of gunfire from across the street, and Johnny Caps screaming. I didn't hear Pete Cashman get it, but he surely did. Din Din said Donk's last words were, I can get him, no problem. He's so close now. The walls stopped on the fourth floor, and sunlight hit me like a fist. I dodged around a wheelbarrow filled with hardened cement, shoved aside a pile of boards, kept going up. I was panting like a dog and sweat was pouring off me. The stairs ended at the 6th floor, and that was okay because I was even with the top of the dome across the street and able to look down on the balcony. There were 3 of them. They were on their knees with their backs to me. I looped the strap of the M24 over my right shoulder, nice and tight. I laid the barrel on a handy piece of rebar jutting out of the unfinished wall. All 3 were laughing and cheering each other on like it was a soccer match, and their side was winning. I aimed for the middle guy's head. It wasn't as big as a Halloween pumpkin, but it was plenty big enough. I squeezed the trigger and presto, the head was gone. Nothing but blood and brains running down the curved side of the dome where it had been. The other 2 looked at each other, bewildered. What just happened? I took out the second one, and the third threw himself against the cement railing, maybe thinking it would give him cover. It didn't. It was too low. I shot him in the back. He lay still, but He lay still, no body armor. He probably believed that Allah had his six, but Allah was busy elsewhere that day. I ran back down the stairs and across the street. Farid was still standing there. Din Din and Pill were in the fun house. Pill on his knees beside Johnny. He had already cut away the legs of Johnny's pants. Bone fragments were stuck to the fabric and poking out of Johnny's skin. Din Din was yelling into Pill's walkie, telling someone that we had casualties, many casualties. Loch Lemur, big dome house, evac, need to dust off, etc. Hurts, Johnny screamed. Oh Christ, it hurts. So fucking bad. Take these, Bill said. He had the morphine tablets. Oh God, I wish I was dead. I wish they killed me. Oh my God, make it stop. Bill two-fingered Johnny's mouth open and dumped in the tabs. Chew those and you're gonna see God. What happened here, Marines? I looked around and saw Hurst, still standing spread-legged, trying his best to do the General Patton thing. But he looked pretty fucking green around the gills. What does it look like? Din Din said. Fallujah happened, sir. Bill said if he doesn't get some blood ASAP, he's going. He's going to. Five. What brings Billy back from Iraq could have been in Iraq. Part of Lollapalooza. Lollapalooza's endless soundtrack. Angus Young's guitar snarling its way through. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Bucky and Alice must be back from their shopping trip. Billy looks at his watch and sees it's 3:15 in the afternoon. He's been here for hours, with no sense of passing time at all. Finishes that dangling last sentence. Saves his work, cases up his laptop, and is about to leave when he happens to glance at the picture he took down, not neglecting to turn it to the wall so he wouldn't be distracted by those bright primitive colors. He puts it back up on its hook, probably because he's still a Marine, because he's still in Marine mode and remembering Sergeant Up Yours Uppington dictum. Leave no trace when you leave the space. He studies the painting, frowning. The hedge dog is on the right. The hedge rabbit is on the left. Weren't they the other way around before? And aren't the lines closer? Got it wrong. That's all, he thinks. But before leaving the summer house, he takes the picture down again, not neglecting to turn it so it faces the wall. Fred the Shining would get that reference. 6. The music gets louder as he approaches the house. With no neighbors, Bucky can really crank it if he wants to. It must be a mixtape because as Billy approaches the house, AC/DC gives way to Metallica. They brought back a new vehicle, new to them at least, and Billy pauses before going up the steps to look it over. There not being any more space under the porch. They parked it at the end of the driveway. It's a Dodge Ram, a quad cab model from early in the 21st century. Once blue, now mostly gray. There's no Bondo around the headlights, but the bench seat has been mended with a strip of black tape, and the rocker panels are mighty rusty. So is the bed of the pickup, which contains a lawn boy mower maybe older than the truck itself. There's a trailer hooked up behind, a two-wheeler, pretty battered, nothing in it. By the time Billy starts up the steps to the porch, Metallica has been replaced with Tom Waits croaking 16 shells from a 30-06. Billy stops in the doorway. Bucky and Alice are dancing in the middle of the big room. She's wearing a new shell top. Her color is high and her eyes are bright, with her hair in a ponytail. Really a horsetail. It goes all the way down to the middle of her back. He looks like a teenager. He's laughing, having a ball. Maybe because Bucky is a pretty fucked up dancer. Maybe just because she's having a good time. Bucky gives Billy a double V and keeps shuffling off to Buffalo. He does a twirl and Alice spins the other way. She sees Billy leaning in the doorway and laughs some more and gives a hip shake that makes her tied back hair flip from side to side. Tom Waits ends. Bucky goes to the stereo and turns off Bob Seger before he can get a grip on that song about Betty Lou. Then he collapses on the couch and pats his chest. From too bush to boogaloo. Alice, years from being too bush to boogaloo, turns to Billy, almost hopping with excitement. Did you see the truck? I did. It's perfect, isn't it? Nobody would remember it 5 minutes after it passed them by. He looked at Bucky over her shoulder. How does it run? Ricky says it's fine for an old girl that's already made one trip around the clock. Burns a little oil as all. Maybe a little more than a little. Alice and me took it for a test drive and it seems okay. Suspension's rough, but you gotta expect that in a truck that's been around as long as this one. Ricky let it go for 3,300. I drove it back, Alice says. She's still high on the shopping and or dancing or both. Billy's so glad for her. It's a standard, but I learned on a standard. My uncle taught me. Tree on the tree. Up to the side when you want to backwards ride. Billy has to laugh. He learned to drive at the House of Everlasting Paint, so he could be more help with the chores after Gad Glenn Dutton in his story left to go to the service. Mr. Stepanek, Mr. Speck, in the story, taught him those same 2 rhymes. I got you something. Wait until you see. She runs into the other room to get it, and Billy looks at Bucky. Bucky nods and makes a quick thumbs up sign. A-okay. Alice comes back with a box that has specialty costumes embossed on the top in scrolly letters. He holds it out to him. Billy opens it and lifts out a new wig. Probably twice as expensive as the one he mail ordered from Amazon. This one's blonde. It's black threaded with plenty of gray. And longer than the Dalton Smith wig. Thicker too. His first thought is that if he's wearing it and it gets stopped by a cop, it won't match his driver's license photo. Then another thought comes, a much bigger one that drives all other thoughts from his mind. You don't like it? Alice says, her smile is fading. Oh, but I do, very much. He risks a hug. She hugs him back. Well, that's all right. Puncher. day 7. The day Billy and Alice came was like summer, but their second night at Bucky's was cool, and the wind hooting around the house is downright cold. Billy brings up some split chunks of maple from under the porch, and Bucky fires up the little go-to stove in the kitchen. Then they sit at the table looking at the pictures Bucky has printed. Some from Google Earth and others from Zillow. They show the exterior grounds and the interior rooms and amenities of a house at 1900 Cherokee Drive in the town of Paiute, which is actually a northern suburb of Las Vegas. It is a residence of one Nikolai Nikolai Majarian. The house backs up against the Paiute foothills. It's snow white and built on 4 levels, each one stepped back from the other, from the one below. So it looks like a giant staircase. The view of downtown Vegas must be pretty spectacular at night, especially from the roof. On Google Earth, they can see a high wall surrounding the property, main gate, and the driveway. Actually, a road. It's got to be almost a mile long, leading to the compound. There's a barn about 200 yards from the house, paddock, and exercise ring for horses. 3 other buildings, 1 big and 2 smaller. Billy thinks the help must stay in the biggest one, which would have been called the bunkhouse in the old days. Maybe still is. The other 2 are probably for maintenance. He sees nothing that could be a garage and asks Bucky about it. Built into the first slope would be my guess, Bucky says, tapping the wooded rise behind the house. Only it's probably more like a hangar. Room for a dozen cars or more. Nick's got a taste for the classics, or so I heard. I guess everybody's got an itch that only money can scratch. There are plenty that money can't scratch, Billy thinks. Alice is examining the pics from Zillow. But there has to be 20 rooms. And look at the pool out back. Nice, Bucky agrees. All the mods and cons. And he might have added more because these pictures here have been from before Nick bought it. Paid 15 mil. I saw it on Zillow. And stiffed me out of a measly $1.5 million, Billy thinks. The Zillow photos of the exterior show what Google Earth can't. Vistas of lawn, for instance. Brilliant green and dotted with flower beds. Paddock is equally green. There are groves of palms, some with groupings of outdoor furniture in their kindly shade. How many hundreds of thousands of gallons of water must it take to keep that estate looking like Eden in the desert? How many groundskeepers? How many of the domestic staff? How many hardballs are hanging out on the off chance that a hired assassin named Billy Summers might come looking for the rest of his blood money? He calls it Promontory Point. I did some digging. It's amazing what you can find with a computer these days. You know how to dip into the darker region. Nick's been there since 2007 with his back to the mountains. Nobody's ever bothered him. Maybe he's gotten a little careless, but I wouldn't count on it. No, Billy thinks I wouldn't do to count him. Someone who could get rid of a valued long-time associate like Giorgio Piglielli can't be taken lightly. The only assumption he can make is that Nick is looking for him, waiting for him. But Nick maybe doesn't understand his Halloween. There was a bargain. He held up his end of it. Instead of holding up the other end, Nick stiffed him, then tried to kill him. Face to face, Nick might deny that, but Billy knows they both do. Bucky taps the spot on Google Earth aerial photo of the grounds. This little square is the greenhouse, and it'll be manned, guarded. You can count on that. Billy has no doubt. He wonders again how many men Nick will have guarding his little kingdom. In a Sylvester Stallone or Jason Statham movie, there'd be dozens, armed with everything from gas-powered light machine guns to shoulder-mounted missile launchers. But this is real life. Maybe 5, maybe only 4. Carrying automatic pistols or shotguns or both. But there's only one of him, and there's no Sylvester Stallone. Alice pulls one of the photos from Google Earth to the middle of the table. What's this? I don't see it in any of those little pics. Bucky and Billy look. It's where the west side of the wall ends against the rocky rise. After a bit, Bucky says, I think it must be a service entrance. You wouldn't bother showing that on the real estate site any more than you'd show the shed where the trash gets stored. Pickup. Real estate sites stick to the plan. What do you think, Billy? I don't know. But he's starting to. The more he thinks about that beat up old truck, the more he likes it. And the new wig, that too. After supper, Alice commandeers the bathroom to dye her hair. When Bucky offers her a beer just to keep up your strength, He accepts. They both hear her lock the door behind her. Billy's not surprised. He doubts that Bucky is either. Bucky gets 2 more bottles of beer from the fridge. After Bucky puts on a light jacket and tosses Billy a sweatshirt, they go out on the porch and settle side by side in the rockers. Bucky clinks the bottlenecks to his bottleneck of his bottle against the neck of Billy's. Here's to success. Good toast, Billy says and takes a drink. I want to thank you again for having us. I know you didn't expect guests. You serious about wanting a silencer for the Ruger? Yes. Can you also get me a Glock 17 and ammo for both? Bucky nods. Shouldn't be a problem. Not around here. What else do you need? A mustache. Match the wig. She bought me. I don't have time to grow one. There's more, but Alice will have ideas about finding the rest. What are you thinking of doing? Maybe it's time to tell me so I can try to argue you out of it. Billy tells him. Bucky listens closely and after a while starts to nod. Going out to his place is risky. Bearding the lion in his den type of thing. But it could work. Any bounty hunters looking for you are apt to be downtown, especially around Nick's Casino. Double Deuce, or whatever. Double Domino. Bucky leans forward, looking at him. Look, if you're worried about the money, honestly, I'm not. You can let it go. I'm doing all right for money, and I'm glad to be out of the city. I have no idea why I stayed so fucking long in the first place. Someday someone's going to blow up a dirty bomb on Fifth Avenue. Or a communicable disease will come along and that turns everything from Manhattan to Staten Island into a giant petri dish. Billy thinks Bucky's been listening to too much talk radio, but doesn't say so. It's not about your money or mine, although I'll take it if he has it. He cheated me. He fucked me. He's a bad person. Billy hears himself falling into the speech patterns of dumb self and doesn't care. He killed Giorgio, had him killed, and had him killed. He meant to do the same to me. All right, Bucky says quietly. I get it. A matter of honor. Not honor. Honesty. Stand corrected. Drink your beer. Billy takes a swig and tilts his head towards the house, where the shower is running. How was she on the shopping trip? Okay? Mostly before we went into Common Threads, buy you a cowboy hat. I got to show it to you. It's a fucking beaut. She had a bit of a breathing problem and sang something under her breath. I couldn't make it out what it was, but after that she was all right again. Billy knows what it was. At the used car lot, she rocked the house, spotted that truck and bargained Ricky down to from 4,400 to 33. When he tried to hold steady at 35, she grabbed me and said, "Come on, Elmer. He's nice, but he's not serious." You believe that? Actually, I do. Billy laughs. But Bucky doesn't laugh with him. He's grown serious. Billy asks him if something's wrong. Not yet, but there could be. He puts his beer bottle down and turns to look at Billy square in the face. The two of us are outlaws, okay? People don't use that word so much these days, but that's what we are. Alice isn't, but if she keeps running with you, she will be, because she's in love with you. Uh-oh. Billy puts his own bottle down. "Bucky, I'm not. I know you don't want to jump in the sack with her, and maybe she doesn't want to jump in the sack with you. Not after what she's been through. But you saved her life and put her back together." "You didn't put her back together." "Okay, maybe you didn't, but you gave her the time and space to start doing it herself. That doesn't change the fact that she's in love with you. And she'll follow you as long as you let her. And if you let her, you'll ruin her."
Ah.
Having delivered himself of what Billy now believes he came out here to say, Bucky pauses for breath, picks up his beer, downs half of it, and gives a ringing belch. Argue me back if you want. Giving you a place to stay for a few days doesn't give me the right not to hear opposing arguments. So go on and argue me back. But Billy doesn't. Take her to Nevada with you. Her. Find a cheap place to stay outside the city and leave her there while you take care of your business. If you get out clean and with your money, give her a bunch of it and send her back east. Tell her to stop and see me and remind her those false papers are just short-term camouflage. She can go back to being Alice Maxwell again. He raises a finger, which is starting to show the first twists and gnarls of arthritis, but only if you keep her out of it. Capiche? Yes. If you don't get out clean, you probably won't be getting out at all. That will be hard for her to hear, but she has to know. Agreed? Agreed. Tell her that if a few days go by and she hasn't heard from you, you pick how many you should come back here. I'll give her some money, 1,000, 1,500 maybe. You don't have to. I want to. I like her. She's not a whiner, and given what happened to her, you'd have a right to whine. Besides, it'd be money you made for me. You're my only client now. Have been for the last 4 years. No more bankrolling stick-ups for kids. too easy for one of them to come back on me if something went wrong. And I'm too old for prison. All right. Thank you. Shower goes off. Bucky leans towards Billy again, over the arm of his rocker. You know, a baby kitten will take to a dog that decides to groom it instead of chasing it or eating it. Hell, a baby duck will. The imprint. She's imprinted on you. Billy, I don't want her to get hurt. Bathroom door opens and Alice comes out on the porch. She's wearing an old blue bathrobe that must be Bucky's. It's so long it brushes the top of her bare feet. Her hair is put up, held with what looks like a dozen barrettes, and covered in translucent plastic. Not going to be even close to platinum, maybe because her hair was so dark to begin with, but it's still a big change. What do you think? I know it's hard to tell right now, but looks good, Bucky says. I was always partial to a dirty blonde. My first ex was a dirty blonde. I saw her hanging by the jukebox and knew I had to have her. More fool in me. She gives that distracted smile, but it's Billy she's looking at. His opinion matters. Billy knows exactly what Bucky was talking about. He remembered a video he saw on YouTube. One that showed a bird taking a bath in a dog's water dish while the dog, the Great Dane, sat and watched. And he thinks of that old saying about how if you save someone's life, you're responsible for them. You look terrific, he says. And Alice smiles. Chapter 19. Billy and Alice stay with Bucky for 5 days. On the morning of the 6th day, the one where God reputedly created the beasts of the field and the fowls of the air, they pack up the Dodge Ram and get ready to leave. Billy is wearing the blonde wig and the fake glasses. Because the truck is the quad cab model, they can stow their scant luggage behind the bench seat. The ancient mower is still in the truck bed. It has been joined by a hedger and leaf blower and an old steel chainsaw. The trailer, empty when Billy first saw it, now contains 4 cardboard barrels purchased at Lowe's. The 2 men kicked them around a while to give them the right battered look, and filled them with hand tools bought for a song at a bank foreclosure auction in Nederland. The barrels have been secured to the sides of the trailer with bungee cords. You want to look at the 21st century version of a saddle bum. Bucky said while they were playing Kick the Barrels. God knows there are plenty of them in the West 9. They drift around, find a little work, then move on. Alice asked him what the West 9 were, and Bucky named off Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Idaho, Oregon, and of course Nevada. Think the truck is okay? It might be a needless precaution in their road trip anyway. Bucky's right. And bounty hunters will be concentrated in the Vegas metro area. Later, though, when it comes to Promontory Point, the way the truck looks could be vital. This has been a good visit, Bucky says. He's wearing bib-alls and an old 97's t-shirt. I'm glad you came. Alice gives him a hug. Her new blonde hair looks good in the morning sun. Billy? Bucky holds out his hand. You be safe now. Billy almost hugs him. The way things are done these days. But he doesn't. He's never been much for bro hugs, even in the sand. Thanks, Bucky. He takes Bucky's hand in both of his and squeezes lightly, mindful of Bucky's arthritis for everything. Welcome. They get in. Billy fires up the engine. It's rough at first, but smooths out. Bucky has agreed to find someone to drive the Fusion back to its own base, thus protecting the Dalton Smith name. Something else on my tab, Billy thinks. He gets the old truck's nose pointed down the road. Just as he puts it in first gear, Bucky makes a whoa gesture and comes over to the passenger side. Alice rolls down her window. I want to see you back here, he tells her. In the meantime, stay out of his business and stay clean, you hear? Yes, he says. But Billy thinks she may only be telling Bucky what Bucky wants to hear. Which is okay, Billy thinks. She'll listen to me, I hope. He gives a final blip of the horn and gets rolling. An hour and a half later, they turn west on I-70 toward Vegas. They stop for the night in Beaver, Utah. It's another motel of the no-tell variety, but not too bad. They get chicken baskets at the Crazy Cow and a couple of cans of Bud at Ray's 66 on the way back. Later, they sit outside their adjoining rooms, draw the obligatory lawn chairs close, and drink the cold beer. I read the rest of your story while we were driving, Alice says. It's really good. Can't wait to read more. Billy frowns. Hadn't planned on going on after Fallujah. Fallujah, says and smiles. And aren't you going to write about how you got into the business of killing people for money? That makes him wince because it's so bald. And of course, so true. She sees it. Bad people, I mean. And how you met Bucky. I'd like to know that. Yes, Billy thinks I could write about that. And maybe I should. Because dig, if that mooge hiding behind the door had shot Johnny Cap's death instead of just blowing his legs apart, Billy Summers wouldn't be here now. Neither would Alice. It comes to him as sort of a revelation, although maybe it shouldn't, that if Johnny Caps hadn't lived, Alice Maxwell might well have died of shock and exposure. Not Pierce's. Maybe I will write it, if I get a chance. Tell me about you, Alice. She laughs, but it's not the free and easy one he's come to like so much. This one's a warding off laugh. There isn't much to tell. I've always been a fade into the woodwork person. Being with you is the only interesting thing that's ever happened to me. Other than getting gang raped, I guess. She utters a sad little snort. But he's not going to let her go at that. You grew up in Kingston. Your mother raised you and your sister. What else? There must be more. Alice points to the darkening sky. Never seen so many stars in my life. Not even at Bucky's place. Don't change the subject. He shrugs. Okay. Just prepared to be bored. My father owned a furniture store and my mother was his bookkeeper. He died of a heart attack when I was 8, and Jerry, she's my sister, was 19. We were going to beauty school. Alice touches her hair. She'd say I did this all wrong. Probably she would, but it looks fun. Oh. I was a B student in high school. Had a few dates, but no boyfriend. There were popular kids, but I wasn't one of them. There were unpopular kids, you know, the ones who always get pranked and laughed at, but I wasn't one of them either. Mostly I did what my mom and my sister said. Except about going to beauty school. I almost said yes to that too. Because I sure wasn't going to a smart people's college. I didn't take many of the courses you need for that. He thinks about it. Billy lets her. Then one night I was lying in bed, almost asleep. And I all at once came full awake, snapped awake, almost fell out of bed. Did that ever happen to you? Billy thinks about Iraq and says, many times. I thought, if I do that, if I do what they want, it will never end. I'll be doing what they want for the rest of my life. And one day I'll wake up old right here in little old Kingston. She turns to him. Do you know what my mom and Jerry would say if they knew what happened to me in Tripp's apartment? And what I'm doing now? Being here with you? They'd say, see what it got you? Billy puts out a hand and touches her shoulder. She turns to him. Before he can and sees the woman she might be, if time and fate are kind. And do you know what I'd say? I'd say I don't care. because this is my time. I deserve to have my time, and this is what I want. Okay. Okay, Alice, that's fine. Yes, it is. You bet it is. As long as you don't get killed, that's something he can't promise. So he says nothing. They look at the stars a while longer and drink their beer. And she says nothing until she tells him she thinks she'll go to bed. Billy doesn't go to bed. He has a pair of texts from Bucky. The first says the landscaping company that does the work at Promontory Point is called Greens and Gardens. The man who runs the crew might be Kelton Freeman or Hector Martinez, but it might be someone else entirely. It's a high turnover business. Following text says Nick often stays at the double during the week, but always tries to get back his estate in Paiute for the weekend, especially for Sundays. Never misses the Giants during football season. Everybody knows him for that. You can take the boy out of New York, Billy thinks, but you can't take New York out of the boy. Text back. Any luck with the garage? Bucky's response is quick. No. Billy brought the pictures both Google Earth and Zillow. He studies them for a while. Then he opens his laptop and looks up a handful of Spanish phrases. You won't have to say them when and if the time comes, but he says them now, over and over, committing them to memory. He almost certainly won't need all of them. He might need none of them, but it's always best to be ready. Me llamo Pablo Lopez. Esta es mi hija. Estos son para el jardín. Mi es sordo y mudo. I am a deaf mute. Back to the Crazy Cow for breakfast. Then they get on the road. Billy wouldn't want to push the old truck, and he doesn't have to. It's only a couple hundred miles to Vegas, and he won't move against Nick until Sunday, when the pros play football. In the compound at the end of Cherokee Drive is apt to be at its most quiet. Groundskeepers, landscapers, and hopefully hardballs check the schedule, and the Giants play the Cardinals at 4 p.m. Eastern, which will be 1 p.m. in Nevada. pass the time, he tells Alice he got into the business from which he now considers himself retired. Johnny Caps was the first link in the chain that ends so far. There's at least one more link still to be forged on Interstate 70s heading west. He's the one who got shot in the legs in that house. The one they left alive to try to lure the rest of you in. Yes. Clay Briggs, pill roller, got him stabilized and he was airlifted out. Johnny spent a long time in a shitty VA hospital and got hooked on dope while they were trying to rehab what couldn't be rehabbed. Eventually, Uncle Sam sent him back to Queens in his wheelchair. Hooked through the bag. That's so sad. Well, Billy tells her, at least the dope addict part of Johnny's story had a happy ending. His cousin Joey reached out to him, the guy who'd kept the Italian family name of Capizano, although he was, of course, called Joey Caps, with permission from one of the larger New York organizations, and of course the Sinaloa cartel, who controlled the dope business. Joey Caps ran his own little organization, one so modest it was really more of a posse. Joey offered his wounded warrior cousin a job as an accountant, but only if he could get clean. And did he? Yes. We got the whole story from him when we reconnected. He went into a rehab his cousin paid, and then went to NA meetings 3 and 4 times a week until he died a few years ago. Lung cancer got him. Alice is frowning. He went to NA meetings to get off dope, but his day job was pushing dope. Not pushing it. Counting and washing the money from the trade. But yeah, it comes to the same thing. And once I pointed that out to him, you know what he said? That there are recovered alcoholics tending bar all over the world. He sponsored people, he said, and some of them got clean and resumed their lives. That's how he put it. They resumed their lives. Well, talk about the left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing. Billy tells her that he almost signed up for another tour in the suck. Decided he'd be crazy to do it. Suicidal crazy. And took off the uniform. Kicked around trying to decide what came next for the guy whose job for a lot of years had been shooting other guys in the tee box. That was when Johnny got in touch. There was a Jersey guy, he said, who liked to pick up women in bars and then beat them up. He probably had some kind of childhood trauma he was trying to work out. And he said, but fuck a bunch of childhood trauma, this was a very bad guy. He put the last woman in a coma. And this woman happened to be a Capizano. Only a second cousin, or maybe a third, but still a Capizano. The only problem was this guy, this beater of women, was part of a larger, more powerful organization, headquartered across the river in Hoboken. Joey took Johnny Caps along for a sit-down with the head of this organization, and it turned out the New Jersey guys didn't have much use for this shitpoke either. He was trouble. Nasty Stronzo Madre with rings on the fingers of both hands. Better to beat the living crap out of women instead of taking them home to fuck them as any natural man would want to do. Or even Futomi no Culo, which some men like, even some women. But no woman likes getting her face blown off. The upshot was that the capo couldn't give Joey Caps permission to off the Stronzo Madre because there would have been the retribution. But if an outsider did it, and if both outfits, the Hoboken organization and the much smaller Queens crew paid for it, the thorn could be pulled. Call it mob diplomacy. But Johnny Caps called you. He did. Because you were the best. The best he knew, anyway. And he knew my history. The man who killed your little sister? That, yes. I looked into the guy before I agreed to take the job. Got a little of his story. Even went to see the woman he put into a coma. He was on life support machinery, and you could tell she was never coming back. The monitor, Billy draws a straight line above the steering wheel. So I did him. It really wasn't much different from what I did in Iraq. Did you like it? No. Billy says it with no hesitation. Not in the sand and not back here. Never. Johnny's cousin got you other jobs? 2 more. And there was one I turned down because the guy, I didn't know, didn't seem bad enough? Something like that. Then Joey introduced me to Bucky, and Bucky introduced me to Nick. And that's where we are. I'm guessing there's quite a lot more to it. She's guessing right, but Billy doesn't want to say anymore, let alone go into the details of the jobs he did for Nick and for others. He's never said any of this, not to anyone, and he's appalled to hear that part of his life told out loud. It's sordid and stupid. Alice Maxwell, business school student and rape survivor, is sitting in an old truck with a man who killed people for a living. It was his fucking job. And is he going to kill Nick Nigerian? If he gets the chance, very likely so. So, question, is killing for honor better than killing for money? Probably not. But that won't stop it. Alice is silent for a bit, thinking it over. Then she says, you told me that because you think you might never get a chance to write it down. Isn't that right? It is. But he doesn't want to say so out loud. Billy? I told you because you wanted to know. Says finally. Turns on the radio. 5. They register at another off-brand motel. There's a lot of them in the rough ring around the outskirts of Vegas. Well, Billy registers them at Dalton Smith and Elizabeth Anderson. Alice plugs $4 in one of the lobby slots. On the 5th, 10 fake cartwheels drop into the trough with a clatter, and she squeals like a kid. The desk clerk offers her a choice, $10 or motel credit in that amount. How's the restaurant here? Alice asks. Buffet's pretty good. Then he lowers his voice and says, take the money, honey. Alice takes the money and they go and they get to go at the Sirloin Super Burger down the road. She insists that it be her treat, and Billy doesn't argue. Back in Billy's room, she sits at the window and watches the endless traffic streaming toward downtown, and the lights of the hotels and casinos coming on. Sin City, she marvels. And here I am in a motel room with a good-looking guy who happens to be twice my age. My mother would just shit. Billy throws back his head and laughs. And your sister? Wouldn't believe it. He points. And are those the Paiute Mountains? That's north. Those are them. I think they're actually called foothills, if it matters. Turns to him, no longer smiling. Tell me what you're going to do. He does, but not just because he needs her help with that prep. He listens carefully. Sounds awfully dangerous. If it looks hinky, I'll back off and reconsider. Will you know if it's hinky? The way your friend Taco knew outside the house in Fallujah? You remember that, huh? Will you? I think so, yes. But you probably go anyway. The way you went into the fun house. And look what happened there. Billy says nothing. There's nothing to say. I wish I could go with you. He says nothing to that either. Even if the idea didn't fill him with horror, the plan wouldn't work if she went with him. And she knows it. How badly do you need that money? I could get along without it. Most of it's going to Bucky anyway. The money's not the reason I'm going. Nick treated me badly. He needs to pay a price. Just like the boys who raped you needed to pay a price. It's Alice's turn to be silent. There's something else. I don't think it was Nick's idea to kill me after the job was done. And I know it wasn't his idea to put a $6 million price on my head. I want to know who that person is and why. Yes, that too. First thing Billy does the next morning is to check the back of the old Dodge truck. Because the tools were only tied down, not locked down. Everything is present and accounted for. He's not surprised, partially because everything in the truck bed is truck bed and trailer is old and pretty clapped out, but also because his experience over the years has taught him that the great majority of people are honest. They don't take what isn't theirs. People who do, people like Trip Donovan, Nick Majarian, and whoever is behind Nick, piss him off mightily. He almost texts Bucky to ask if Bucky can find out what car Nick is currently driving. It would probably be in the VIP area of the Double Domino parking garage. Undoubtedly something fancy with a vanity plate. Then doesn't do it. Bucky probably could find out, and it might raise a red flag. That's the last thing Billy wants. He hopes that by now Nick has started to relax. Once the stores are open, he and Alice go to the nearest Ulta Beauty. This time he's the one who needs makeup, but lets Alice do the buying. After that, she wants to go to a casino. It's a bad idea, but she looks so excited and hopeful that he can't say no. But not the big hotels, and not the Strip, he says. Alice consults her phone and directs him to Big Tommy's Hotel and Gambling Hall in East Las Vegas. She's carded before she's allowed in and flashes her new Elizabeth Anderson driver's license with aplomb. As she wanders around gawking at the roulette, craps, blackjack, and even spinning money wheel, Billy checks around him for guys with a certain look. He doesn't see any. Most of them are out here in the boonies or moms and pops that could stand to lose a few. He reflects again that Alice is a different girl from one. He reflects again that Alice is a different girl from the one he brought in out of the pouring rain on the way to being a better girl. And if what he's planning goes wrong and she's damaged more than she has been already, that's on him. He thinks, I should just quit this shit and take her back to Colorado. Then he remembers Nick pitching him the so-called safe house. All the time knowing the ride to Wisconsin was going to last about 6 miles until Dana Edison put a bullet in his head. Nick needs to pay. He needs to meet the real Billy Summers. It's so noisy, Alice says. Her cheeks are bright and her eyes are trying to look everywhere at once. What should I do? After checking out the roulette tip, Billy guides her there and buys her $50 worth of chips. All the while telling himself, bad idea, bad idea. Her beginner's luck is phenomenal. In 10 minutes, she's up $200. And people are cheering her on. Billy doesn't care for that, so he guides her to a bank of $5 slots, where she spends half an hour and wins another $30. Then she turns to him and says, push the button and look. Push the button and look. Rinse and repeat. It's kind of stupid, isn't it? Billy shrugs, but can't help smiling. He remembers Robin McGuire saying it's only a grin when your teeth show. And then it's nothing else. You said it, not me, he says, and shows his teeth. Seven, after the casino, they go to the Century 16 and see not one movie, but two. A comedy and an action flick. When they come out of that one, it's almost dark. How about something to eat? Alice asked. Happy to stop somewhere if you want, but I'm full of popcorn and Sour Patch Kids. Maybe just a sandwich. Want to hear something nice about my mom. Want to hear something nice about my mom? Sure. Every now and then, if I was good, we'd have what she called a special day. I could have pancakes with chocolate chips for breakfast and then do almost anything I wanted. Like having egg cream at the Green Line Apothecary, or get stuffed animal if it was cheap, or ride the bus to the end of the line, which I like to do. Stupid kid, huh? No. Takes his hand, natural as anything, and swings it back and forth as they walk to the truck. This day has been like that. Special. Good. Alice turns to him. Better not get killed. Sounds absolutely fierce. Just better not. I won't, Billy says. Okay? Okay, she agrees. All okay. Grab another Coke, ladies and gentlemen, and I will be right back.
Ah.
We've got lots of ducks. Hey. Look like many of them got popped out either.
Ah. Ah. Quack. Quack. Quack, quack. Quack.
Eight. But that night she isn't. Billy's sleeping just below the surface of Wakefield, or he never would have heard Alice's knock. It's light and tentative, almost not there at all. For a moment or two, he thinks it's part of the dream. Something about Shanice Ackerman. Then he's back to the motel room on the outskirts of Vegas. Gets up, goes to the door, looks through the peephole. She's standing there in the baggy blue pajamas he bought on her shopping trip with Bucky. Her feet are bare and her hand is at her throat, and he can hear her gasping. Gasping is louder than her knock. He opens up, takes her by the hand that's not clasping her throat, and leads her into the room. As he closes the door, he sings, "You go down to the woods today. Sing it with me, Alice." She shakes her head and tears in another breath. Can't. Yes, you can. Go down to the woods today. You better go. Whoop. In this. Whoop. Waiting on her. Close to fainting. Billy thinks it's a wonder she didn't pass out in the hall. Gives her a shake. Nope, that's wrong. Try again. Next line. You're sure of a big surprise? Still gasping, but looks a little less likely. Right? Let's do it together. Don't talk it. Sing it. If you go down to the woods today, he joins him. You're sure of a big surprise. Go down to the woods today. She pulls in a deep breath and lets it out in a series of jerks. Need to sit down. Before you fall down, Billy agrees. He still has her hand. He leads her to the chair by the window, the drape now drawn. He sits, looks up at him, brushes her newly blonde hair off her forehead. I tried in my room and it didn't work. Why did it work now? He needed someone to duet with. Billy sits on the edge of the bed. Billy sits on the edge of the bed. What was it? Bad dream? Horrible. One of those boys, those men, was stuffing a dish rag in my mouth to make me stop yelling. Or maybe I was screaming. I think it was Jack. I couldn't breathe. I was sure I was going to choke to death. Did they do that? Alice shakes her head. I don't remember. But Billy knows they did. And she does too. He has experienced this sort of thing himself, although not as badly or as often as some. He didn't keep up with the jars he knew in Iraq. Johnny Caps was the exception. But there are websites, and sometimes he checks them out. It's natural how the minds of combat survivors deal with trauma, or try to. Is that what I am, a combat survivor? That's what you are. The song may not work every time. Wet cloth almost across your face may not work every time. There are other tricks to get through panic attacks. You can read about them on the internet. Sometimes, though, you just have to wait it out. Thought I was better. You are. But you're also under stress. When I stay here tonight with you, he almost tells her no. Then looks at her pale, pleading face and thinks again. I put you. Okay. He wishes he were wearing more than just a pair of loose boxers. They will have to do. He gets in, and he gets in next to her. They lie on their backs. The bed is narrow and their hips touch. He looks up at the ceiling and thinks, I am not going to get an erection. Which is like telling a dog not to chase a car. Their legs are also touching. Hers is warm and firm through the cotton. He hasn't been with a woman since Phil. And he doesn't want to be with this one. Oh, God. Can I help you? Her voice is quiet, but not timid. I can't make love to you. You know the real way. But I could help you. I'd be glad to help you. No, Alice. Thank you. No. Are you sure? Yes. I will. Hang on just a second. I'll read your comment. Yes, right. Rolls on her side, away from him, and toward the wall. Billy waits until her breathing grows long and mild and steady. Then he goes into the bathroom and helps himself. How you doing, Will? Good morning to you. You with JC is planning on doing an Oh Dear community play stream. We'll post in his Discord when he's gonna do it in his stream Oh Dear for an hour or two the other week and was crying from laughter. The game looks funny. Very strange looking game. Can't remember if I downloaded that or not. think it's in my wish. Turn the game audio down a little bit. Is that a little bit better? Can you hear me now? I did have the game audio up a little bit too. No, I'm pretty sure I put it on. I don't know. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's on my wish list. I have the money to buy it. Be able. Spent my money on a bunch of. But if I can get it before he does his community thing, I'd play it with him. Depending on what time of day he plays it. I know he streams during the day most of the time, but sometimes he does it in the evenings. I'm around. Does he have any idea when he play it? Do that community thing? All the reading gets into the back of your throat after a while. Nine. Days go by, just a few, almost like a vacation. And he didn't remember who. He remembered I had DM'd him about the game. Yeah. I told Travis about it too. He's like, yeah, I seen it. I can't remember if Travis was playing it the other day. I watched somebody playing it. It might have been JC that I was watching play it. He was running around dragging people around with it and shit. It looked funny as hell. You got the, what's the name of that game? I downloaded a demo for, Duckside, if you've seen that. Kind of like Rust, but you're a duck with hats. Travis won't play it. Well, then it was probably JC that I was watching. Could have been somebody else, but it was probably. Oh, just go duck. I don't know why Travis won't play it. But the landmines and bear traps are OP in Oh Dear. Yeah, ducks. I messed around with it a little bit the other day. I just hopped on a random server. It looks pretty good for a game that's like early access and all you can really play is the demo. It's fairly well done, but the hunters have a little too much range on their guns. Feels like it's almost like getting shot at by pro snipers. Know what I mean? So, I mean, it needs some work, and it's cool that you have a bunch of different that you can wear. You can wear like the army helmet, other stuff. I don't know how to do any of the crafting or anything like that. All I did was fly around a little bit, but it is pretty cool. I mean, if I had enough donation or subs to get paid before he does his stream, I would probably buy that game. But it's only $10. I tried to talk Tim Bearpig into buying it. I don't know if you ever looked at it, but he's who I play community game nights on Sundays. Him and a bunch of his crew that he hangs with. He's not a big fan of Rust, and I described it that way. He's like, eh. I told him you should check it out anyways, because it's a free demo. I mean, it doesn't cost you to look at it. Try it out. Anyway, back to our story here. Well, I might have figured out my alerts too for follows and raids and all that. Get a raid follows or something tonight. I want to see if they work. Hopefully I figured it out, but we'll see what happens. Oh, and I made a sound alert for this.
Rubber ducky, you're the one. You make bath time lots of fun. Rubber ducky, I'm awfully fond of you. Bobo rodeo.
But that will probably get me the DMCA mute for that little section right there. Because that's owned by Sesame Street. And Jim Henson's whatever fucking House of Magic. Nine. Days go by, just a few, almost like a vacation. And then it's almost time. Target down the road. And after breakfast, there's a Target down the road, and after breakfast, they shop there. Alice buys a big plastic jug of moisturizer and a spray bottle. Also bathing suits. Hers is a modest blue tank. His is a billowy pair of trunks with tropical fish on them. He also buys him a pair of pre-washed bib overalls, yellow work gloves, and a denim barn coat, and a shirt with Las Vegas, very Vegas slogan on it. They swim in the motel pool, which they discover is the best part of their current accommodation. Alice plays water volleyball with some kids, while Billy lies on the chaise watching. It all feels natural. They could be a father and daughter on their way to Los Angeles, maybe looking for work, maybe looking for relatives they can touch up for a long-term loan or a place to stay. Motel clerk was right about the buffet. It's heavy on mac and cheese and prehistoric roast beef. But after almost 2 hours in the pool, Alice eats everything on her heaped plate and goes back for more. Billy can't keep up with her. Although there was a time, basic training for instance, when he could have eaten her under the table. After lunch, she says she wants a nap. Billy isn't surprised. Around 4 o'clock, they go shopping again, this time at a farm and garden store called Grow Baby Grow. Alice's great mood of the morning has darkened, but she makes no effort to change his mind about the next day. Billy is grateful. Persuasion might lead to argument, and arguing with Alice is the last thing he wants. Not on what could be their last day together. When they park at the motel, Billy reaches into his back pocket and brings out a folded piece of paper. He unfolds it, smooths it gently, and then attaches it to the dashboard with Scotch tape from Target. Alice looks at the little girl hugging the pink flamingo. Who is that? Niece's careful crayon work has blurred a little, but the hearts rising from the flamingo's naughty head to Shanice's were still clear enough. Billy touches one of them. The little girl who lived next door to me in Midwood. But tomorrow she's going to be my daughter, if I need her to be. Billy trusts people not to steal, but only so far. The old tools and dirty barrels are safe enough, but someone might see the stuff they bought at Grow Baby Grow and decide to filch some. So they carry the bags inside and store them in Billy's bathroom. There are 4 50-pound sacks of Miracle Grow potting soil, 5 10-pound sacks of Buckaroo worm castings, and a 25-pound sack of Black Cow fertilizer. Alice lets Billy tote the Black Cow. She wrinkles her nose and says she can smell it even through the bag. They watch TV in her room, and she asks him if he will stay the night with her. Billy says it would be better if he didn't. I don't think I could sleep alone, Alice says. I don't think I can either. But we're both going to try. Come here, give me a hug. Gives him a good one. He can feel her trembling. Not because she's afraid of him, but because she's afraid for him. She doesn't deserve to be afraid at all. But if she has to be, Billy thinks this way is better. A lot. Set your phone alarm for 6, he says, when he lets her go. I won't have to. He smiles. Do it anyways. You might surprise yourself. In the next room, he texts Bucky. Have you heard anything about Ann? Bucky's reply is immediate. No. He's probably there, but I don't know for sure. Sorry. It's okay. Billy texts back. Then sets his own phone alarm for 5. He doesn't expect to sleep either, but he might. But he might surprise himself. He does a little and dreams of Shanice. She's tearing up the picture of Dave the Flamingo and saying, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. He wakes up at 4, and when he goes outside with the new gloves in one hand, Alice is sitting in the external motel lawn chair, bundled up in an I Love Las Vegas sweatshirt and looking up at a rind of moon. Hey, Billy says. Hey. He goes to the edge of the cement walk and scrubs the new gloves in the dirt. When he's satisfied that they look right, claps the dust off them and stands up. Cold, Alice says. That'll be good for you. You can wear that coat. Billy knows it will warm up fast as the sun rises. It may be October, but this is the desert. He'll wear the barn coat anyways. You want something to eat? Egg McMuffin? Mickey D's? Down the road. It's 24-hour. She shakes her head. Not hungry. Coffee? Sure, that would be great. Cream and sugar? Black, please. He goes down to the deserted lobby and gets them each a cup from the Eternal Motel Bun. When he comes back, she's still looking at the moon. It looks close enough to reach out and touch. Isn't it beautiful? It is. But you're shivering. Let's go inside. She sits in his chair by the window and sips her coffee. Then sets it on the little table and falls asleep. The sweatshirt is too big and the neck slips to the side, bearing one shoulder. Billy thinks it's at least as beautiful as the moon. He sits and drinks his coffee and watches her. He likes her long, slow breaths. The time passes. It's got a knack for that, Billy thinks. When he wakes her up at 7:30, she scolds him for letting her sleep. We need to get you sprayed up. That goo takes at least 4 hours to work. It's okay. Game starts at 1, and I'm not going to move on him until at least 1:30. Still, I wish we'd done this an hour ago, just to be safe. He sighs. Come in my room, we'll do it. A few minutes later, his shirt is off and he's rubbing moisturizer all over his hands, forearms, face. Tells him not to neglect his eyelids and the back of his neck. When they're done, she goes to work with the canning spray. The first coat takes 5 minutes. When she's done, he goes into the bathroom and takes a look. What he sees is a white man with a desert tan. Not good enough, he says. I know. Moisturize again. He uses the spray a second time. When he goes into the bathroom for another look, it's better. But he's still not satisfied. I don't know, he tells her when he comes out. This might have been a bad idea. It's not. Remember what I said? For the next 4 to 6 hours, it will continue to darken. With the cowboy hat and the bib overalls, she gives him a critical look. If I didn't think you could pass for Chicano, I'd tell you. This is where she asks him again to just give it up and come back to Colorado with her. Billy thinks, but she doesn't. She tells him to get dressed in what she calls your costume. Billy goes back to his room and puts on the dark wig, t-shirt, bib overalls, barn coat, work gloves stuffed in the pockets, battered cowboy hat Bucky and Alice bought in Boulder, comes down to his ears. And he reminds himself to raise it up a little when the time comes, to show that your long black hair is streaked with gray. You look fine. All business, red-rimmed eyes notwithstanding. Got your pad and pencil? He pats the front pocket of the bibballs. It's capacious with plenty of room for the silenced Ruger, as well as the writing stuff. You're getting darker already, smiles wanly. Good thing the PC police aren't here. Needs must, Billy says. He reaches into the side pocket of the bibballs, the one that doesn't hold the Glock 17, and brings out a roll of bills. It's everything he has left except for a couple of 20s. Take this. Call it insurance. Alice pockets it without argument. If you don't get a call from me this afternoon, wait. I have no idea what kind of cell coverage they have north up here. If I'm not back by 8 tonight, 9 at the outside, I'm not coming back. Stay the night, then check out and get a Greyhound to Golden or Estes Park. Call Bucky. He'll pick you up. All right? That would not be all right, but I understand. Let me help you carry those bags of fertilizer out to the truck. Make 2 trips, and then Billy slams the tailgate. They stand there looking at each other. A few sleepy-eyed people, a couple of salesmen, a family are trotting out their luggage and preparing to move on. If you don't need to be there until 1, you can stay another hour, he says, 2 even. I think I better go now. Yeah, maybe you better. Before I break down. He hugs her. Alice hugs back fiercely. He expects her to say, be careful. He expects her to tell him again not to die. He expects her to ask him one more time, maybe plead with him, not to go. She doesn't. He looks up at him and says, get what's yours. She lets go of him and walks back towards the motel. When she gets there, she turns to him and holds up her phone. Call me when you're done. Don't forget. I won't. If I can, he thinks. I will if I can. Chapter 20. 1. An hour north of Vegas on Route 45, Billy comes to a Dougie's Donuts. Made it to an Arco gas station and a convenience store with the unlikely name of Terrible Herbs. Truck stop surrounded. It's truck stop surrounded by great expanses of parking. Big rigs on one side snorting like sleeping beasts. Billy gasses up, grabs a bottle of orange juice and a crawler. Then parks around back. He thinks about calling Alice. Only because he'd like to hear her voice and thinks she might like to hear his. My hostage, he thinks. The Stockholm Syndrome hostage. Only that's not what she is now. If she ever was. He remembers how she said, "Get what's yours." Not fearless. She hasn't morphed into some comic book warrior queen. At least not yet. But plenty fierce. He has his phone in his hand before remembering she's got as little sleep as he did last night. If she's gone back to bed with the do not disturb sign hanging on the door, he doesn't want to wake her. He drinks his juice and eats his crawler and lets the time pass. There's enough of it for doubts to creep in. In some ways, many actually, it's like the funhouse all over again, only with no squad. Back him up. He can't be sure Nix went to Promontory Point for the weekend. He has no idea how many men he may have brought back with him if he did. Some for sure, not bounty hunters from some other outfit, but his own guys. And Billy has no idea where they might be placed. He has an idea of the interior layout from the Zillow photographs, but there might have been changes made after Nick bought the place. If Nick is there, rooting on the Giants, Billy doesn't know where he'll be watching. He doesn't even know if he can get in through the service entry. Maybe see, maybe no. There's a line of porta johns, and he uses one to offload his coffee and juice. When he comes out, a black chick in a halter and a denim skirt short enough to show the edges of her panties is standing nearby. She looks like she's been up all night, and the night was a hard one. The mascara around her eyes reminds Billy, dumb self Billy, of the Beagle Boys in the old Donald Duck and Uncle Scrooge comics he sometimes picks up at rummage and yard sales. "Hey, good-looking man," the lot lizard says. "Want to date me?" That is a good chance as any to try out his cover story. He takes his pad and pencil from the front pocket of his bibballs and writes "Mias sordo y mudo." What the fuck does that mean? Billy touches his ears with both hands, then pats his mouth with his other. "Forget it," she says, turning away. I ain't sucking no wet-back cock. Billy watches her go, delighted. No wet-back cock, huh? Doesn't exactly make me John Howard Griffin, but I'll take it. Two. He stays parked behind the donut shop until 11. During that time, he sees the black chick and a few of her co-workers chatting up truck drivers, but none of them come near him, which is fine with Billy. Every now and then he gets out of the truck, pretending to check his goods. Actually just wanted to stretch his legs and stay loose. At 11:15, he starts up the truck. The starter doesn't catch at first, giving him a scare, and continues north on 45. The Paiute foothills draw closer. From 5 miles out, he can see Promontory Point. It's different from the house Nick rented in the city, where Billy did his job, but every bit as ugly. As his GPS is informing him that his turn onto Cherokee Drive is a mile ahead, Billy comes to another rest area. This one just a turnout. He parks in the shade and uses another porta-john, thinking of Taco Bell's dictum, never neglect a chance to piss before a firefight. When he comes out, he checks his watch. 12:30. In his big white hacienda, Nick is probably settling in to watch the pregame show with a couple of his hardballs, maybe eating nachos and drinking Dos Equis. Billy punches up Siri, who tells him he's 40 minutes from his destination. He forces himself to wait a little longer, and forces himself not to call Alice, and punches a couple of holes in the Ram's muffler, which is already distressed. If he comes up to the service entrance with his old truck parting and backing off so much the more in character. Okay, Billy says. He thinks of giving the dark horse chant and tells himself not to be ridiculous. Besides, the last time they all chanted that, their hands in the huddle, things didn't work out so well. He turns the key, the starter spins and spins. When it starts to lag, he clicks it off, waits, gives the gas pedal a single pump, then tries again. The Dodge fires right up. It was loud before, it's louder now. Billy checks for traffic, merges onto 45, then turns off at Cherokee Drive. The grade grows steeper for the first mile or so. There are other, more modest houses on either side of the road. But then they're gone, and there's only Promontory Point looming ahead of him. I was always coming here, Billy thinks, and tries to laugh at the thought, which is not just ominish, but pretentious. The thought won't go. And Billy understands that because it's true. Because it's a true thought. He was always coming here, yes. Three. The air is bell clear outside the smog bowl of Las Vegas. Maybe even has a slight magnifying effect. Because by the time Billy is closing in on the compound's main gate, the house looks like it's rearing back, so it won't fall on. The wall is too high to see over, but he knows there's a lookout post just inside of it. Just inside of its manned. It's inside. And if it's manned, his old beater is probably already on video. Cherokee Drive ends at Promontory Point. Before it does, a dirt track splits off to the left. There are two signs flanking this track. The one on the left says maintenance and delivery. The other says authorized vehicles only. Only is in red. Billy turns onto the track, not neglecting to see his hair a little higher on his head. Hang on, chat. Necessary work needs to be done. I'm not raining. Eating. Billy turns onto the track, not neglecting to set his hat a little higher on his head. He also pats the front pocket of his overalls. Silenced Ruger, side pocket Glock. Sighting the guns would be a joke. Handguns are really only good for close work, but he realizes he hasn't test fired either of them or examined the loads. It would be a fine joke on him if he had to use the Glock in it jammed, or if the Ruger's silencer maybe made in the garage of some guy with a taste for meth plugged the gun's barrel and caused it to blow up in his hand. Too late to worry about any of that now. The compound's wall is on the right side. On the left, pinyons grow close enough for their branches to thwap the sides of the truck. Billy can imagine bigger vehicles, trash haulers, propane gas delivery, a septic pumper, waddling their way along. Their drivers cursing the blue streak every time they have to make this trip. Then the wall makes a right angle turn, and the trees end. The 20-degree grade does too. He's not on a plateau, probably bulldozed flat, especially for the house and grounds. The maintenance road loops out, then curves back towards the much humbler gate Billy's looking for. Beyond the wall, he can see the upper 15 feet or so of the barn, painted rusted red. The roof is metal, heliographing the sun. Billy keeps his eyes off it after one quick look, not wanting to compromise his vision. Oh, little alien showed up. Way duck. They gonna probe that poor little ducky's butthole. He gonna come back a little bit looser. The gate is open. There are flower beds on either side of it. There's a security camera mounted on the wall, but it's hanging down like a bird with a broken neck. Billy likes it. He thought Nick might be relaxing, letting down his guard a bit. And here's proof. In the flower bed on the left, a Mexican woman in a big blue dress is down on her knees digging in the dirt with a trowel. A wicker basket half filled with cut flowers is nearby. Her yellow gloves might have been purchased in the same place Billy bought his. She's wearing a straw sombrero so big it's comical. Her back is to him at first, but when she hears the truck, how can she miss it? She turns to look and Billy sees her. She's not Mexican at all. Her skin is as tanned as leather. But she's Anglo. An old lady, Anglo at that. She gets to her feet and stands in front of the truck with her feet spread, blocking the way forward. She only moves to the driver's door when Billy slows to a stop and powers down the window. Who the fuck are you and what do you want? And then another good thing to go with the broken security camera. Hey, Decius? Billy holds up a finger. Wait, one. And takes the pad from the pocket of his bibballs. For a moment he blanks, but then it comes to him and he writes, Estos son para el jardín. These are for the garden. Got it. But what are you doing here on Sunday? Talk to me, Pedro. He flips a page and writes, Mi es sordo y mudo. I am a deaf mute. You are, huh? You understand English? Moving her lips with exaggerated care. Her eyes dark blue in her narrow face are studying him. Two things come to Billy. The first is that Nick may have let his guard down, but not all the way. The security camera is broken, and his guys may be in the house watching the football game with him, but this woman is here with her trowel and her basket of blooms. Maybe that's what his old friend Robin used to call a quinky dink, but maybe it's not, because there's a bottle of water and a sandwich wrapped in wax paper in the shade of a nearby tree, which suggests she might be meaning to stay for a while, maybe until the game is over and she's relieved. That's one thing. The other is she looks familiar. God damned if she doesn't. She reaches into the cab and snaps her fingers in front of his nose. They stink of cigarettes. Lo entiendes? Billy holds his thumb and forefinger a smidgen apart to indicate that yes, he understands, but only a little. Bet if I asked to see your green card, you'd be shit out of luck. He gives a laugh, as raspy as her speaking voice. So why you here on Sunday, mi amigo? Billy shrugs, then points at the barn looming over the wall. Yeah, I didn't think you came for tea and cookies. What have you got to put in the barn? Show me. Billy likes this less and less. Partly because she could look in the truck bed herself and see the bags of garden soil. Mostly because of that trouble that mostly because of that troubling sense that he's seen her before. Which can't be true. She's too old to be one of Nick's guard dogs. And he'd never hire a woman for that kind of job anyways. He's old school and she's just old. A domestic they shoved out here to keep an eye on the service gate while they watched the game. And she decided to pass the time by cutting some flowers for the house. But he still doesn't like it. Andale, andale. More fingers snapping in front of his face. Billy doesn't like that either. Although her assumption of superiority, her very Trumpian prejudice, if you like, is another sign that his disguise is working. Billy gets out, leaving the door open, and walks to the back of the truck. She ignores that and goes onto the little trailer. He looks in the barrels, gives a disdainful sniff, then comes back to look in the truck bed. How come you only got one bag of black cow? What good is that gonna do? Billy shrugs that he doesn't understand. The woman stands on tiptoes and slaps the bag. Her sombrero flops. Only one. Solo uno. Billy shrugs that he's only the delivery guy. She sighs and flicks a hand at him. Well, what the fuck? Go on. I'm not going to call Hector on Sunday afternoon and ask him why he sends a deaf mute out to deliver a piddling load of shit. He's probably watching the fucking game, too. Or a different one. Billy shrugs that he still doesn't intend her. Take that crap in. Malo. Then fuck off to the nearest cantina. Maybe you'll be in time for the second half. That is when he should have known. Something in her eyes, but he doesn't. He only gets lucky. He sees her coming in the driver's side mirror as he climbs into the cab and slides behind the wheel. He pulls back just in time, dipping his shoulder, and the trowel only scrapes his upper arm below the t-shirt he's wearing under the overalls. He slams the door, catching her arm in it, and the trowel drops to the floorboards beside his left door. Ow, fuck. She pulls her arm free so fast and hard that it flies up and knocks off the sombrero, revealing gray hair piled high, pinned that way. That's when Billy understands where he's seen her before. She reaches into one of the big side pockets of her gardening dress. Billy gets out of the truck in a hurry and roundhouses her on the left side of her face. She goes sprawling on her back in the flower bed. The thing she was reaching for falls out of her pocket. It's a cell phone. It's the first time in his life he's hit a woman. And when he sees the bruise rising on her cheek, he thinks of Alice, but doesn't regret the blow. It could have been a gun. And she recognized him. Not at first, but yeah, she did. Covered it up well, too, until the end. So much for Bibbal's tanning spray, wig, and cowboy hat. So much for Shan's picture taped to the dashboard. The one he could write with a fatherly smile of pride was his daughter's work. Was it because the woman has seen and studied his picture as well as meeting him once in Red Bluff? Or because she's a woman and they tend to see past disguises quicker? That could be sexist bullshit, but Billy kind of doubts it. You fucking fuck, you're him. He thinks, she seemed so nice at Nick's rented house. Almost refined. Of course, then she was in serving mode. And remembered now that Nick gave her a wad of cash for Alan, the chef who lit up their baked Alaska. But none for her. Because she was on the payroll. She was, in fact, family. Pretty funny. She looked dazed, but that could be another shuck and jive. Either way, he's glad the trowel is in his truck. He puts an arm around her shoulder and helps her sit. Her cheek is puffing up like a balloon, making him think of Alice again. But Alice never looked at him like this woman is looking at him now. With looks could kill and all that. With the hand not supporting her, Billy takes the Ruger out of his coat pocket and presses the muzzle lightly against her wrinkled forehead. Frank McIntosh is known, never to his face, as Frankie Elvis, sometimes Solar Elvis, hair piled up high in front, like hers. Same hair, same narrow face, same widow's peak. Billy thinks he might have made the connection sooner and saved himself a lot of trouble, if not for the oversized sombrero. Hello, Marge. You're not as polite as you were when you were serving us our dinner that night. You fucking traitor, she says, and spits in his face. Billy feels a well-nigh insurmountable urge to hit her again. But not because she spat on him. Her arm is off his face. He arms it off his face, leaving her to support herself. She looks perfectly able to do so. She may be in her 70s and a lifelong smoker, but there's no quit in her. Billy has to give her that much. You got it backwards. Nick's the fucking traitor. I did the job, and instead of paying me, he stiffed me and planned to kill me. Nick would never do that. He stands up for his people. That might be true, Billy thinks, but I'm not one of them, and never was. I'm your basic independent contractor. Let's not argue, Marge. Time is tight. I think you broke my fucking arm. And you tried to open up my jugular vein. As far as I'm concerned, that makes us even. Now, many men are in there watching TV. How many men are in there watching the game? She doesn't answer. Is Frankie in there? She doesn't reply. But the flicker he sees in those dark eyes tells him what he needs to know. He picks up her cell phone, knocks the dirt off, and holds it out to her. Call him and tell him a guy from Greens and Gardens is dropping off some fertilizer and potting soil. Nothing to worry about. Say, no. Say you told the guy to go ahead and put it in the barn. No. Willie's lowered the muzzle of the Ruger. Now he puts it back between her eyes. Tell him, Marge. No. Tell him or I'll blow your brains out. Then Frank's. She spits in his face again. At least tries to. There isn't much to it, because her mouth is dry. Billy thinks she's scared, but she's still not going to do it. Even if she does, she'll either tip them off by how she sounds, or just go whole hog and scream, "It's him! It's that fucking fuck of a traitor, Billy Summers." Helpless not to think of Alice, but reminding himself this ain't her, and never could be, he hits Marge in the temple. Her eyes roll up to the whites, and she flops back into the flowers. He stands over her for a minute to make sure she's still breathing, then tosses her phone into the truck. He starts to get in himself, then rethinks and dumps the cut flowers out of her basket. Under them is a walkie-talkie and a short-barreled .357 King Cobra revolver. So she wasn't just gardening, and they didn't just put her out here as an afterthought. This one's got a lot of hard bark on her. He tosses the gun and the walkie in the truck. Starter turns over without catching for 10 long seconds. Billy thinks, why now? Oh Lord, why now? At least the engine fires up and he drives on to the estate. He stops 10 feet inside the wall, leaving the truck in neutral, and closes the gate. There's a huge steel bolt. He runs it through the double catch and heads back to the truck. which is bellowing through its perforated muffler. Doing that seemed like a good idea at the time. Not so much now. As he climbs into the cab, Marge McIntosh starts pounding on the gate and shouting, "Hey, hey, it's Summers, it's Summers, in the truck." Billy can't believe anyone could hear her, even if the Dodge's muffler was intact. But he's amazed by her vitality. He hit her as hard as he could, and she's already back for more. Except you didn't hit her as hard as you could, he thinks. You thought of Alice and held back a little. Too late now, and he doesn't think it matters. She'd have to run all the way around the wall, shoving her way through the pines to alert anyone in the little guardhouse by the main gate, assuming anyone is actually in there. And of course there is, as Billy drives past the barn and the paddock. A guy comes out. He's got a rifle or a shotgun, but for the time being, it's slung over his shoulder. He looks relaxed. He raises his hands and his shoulders with the palms out. Que pasa? Instead of heading towards the house as he had intended, Billy reaches out the driver's side window, gives the guy a thumbs up, and turns down the main driveway toward the guardhouse. He pulls up. The guy walks towards him with the gun. It's a Mossberg still slung over his shoulder. Billy realizes he knows him. Billy has never been here, but he's been in Nick's penthouse suite at the Double Domino 3 or 4 times. And on a couple of them, this guy was there. Sal something. But unlike Frank's sharp-eyed mother, Sal doesn't recognize him. "What's up, partner? Old lady let you through?" "She did." Billy makes no attempt at a Spanish accent. He'd sound like Speedy fucking Gonzalez. "I got something for someone to sign. Can you do it?" "I don't know," Sal says. He's starting to look troubled. Billy thinks, too late, amigo, too late. "Let's see what you got." Billy's deaf-mute pad is sticking up from the front pocket of his overalls. He pats it and says, "Right here." He reaches past the pad and grabs Don Jensen's Ruger. For a wonder, it comes out smoothly, even with the bulb-shaped silencer on the end. He fires. A hole appears between two of the pearl buttons up the front of Sal's Western-style shirt. There's a bursting balloon sound, and wouldn't you know it, the silencer falls into two smoking pieces. One half on the ground, the other in the cab. "You shot me," Sal says, staggering back a step. His eyes are wide. Billy doesn't want to shoot the guy again, because the second one will be a lot noisier, and he doesn't have to. Sal folds up, knees on the ground and head lowered. He looks like he's praying. Then he falls forward. Billy thinks about taking the Mossberg, but decides to leave it. As he told Marge, time is tight. He drives up to the main house. There are 3 cars parked on the apron: a sedan, a compact SUV, and a Lamborghini. That must belong to Nick. Billy remembers Bucky saying Nick has a thing for cars. Billy turns off the noisy truck and walks up the main steps. He has his deaf mute pad in one hand. He's holding the Glock behind it. He just killed a man, and Sal was probably a bad guy who has done many bad things at Nick's behest. But Billy doesn't know that for a fact. Now he will kill more, assuming he doesn't get killed himself. He thinks about it later. He'll think about it later. If there is a later. He puts his finger on the bell, then hesitates. Suppose a woman comes to the door. If that happens, Billy doesn't think he'll be able to shoot her. Even if everything turns to shit as a result, he doesn't believe he'll be able to. He'd like a chance to go around the house instead, scope it out a little, but there's no time. Mommy Elvis is on the warpath. He tries the door, it opens. Billy is surprised, but not shocked. Nick has decided he's not coming. Also, it's Sunday afternoon. The sun is out, and it's football day in America. Billy believes the Giants have just scored. The crowd is whooping, and so are several men. Not close, but not far away. Billy puts the pad back in the front pocket of his overalls and walks toward the sound. Then, just what he was afraid of. Down the main hall comes a pretty little Latina maid with a tray of steaming franks in buns, balanced on top of an igloo cooler that's probably full of beer. Billy has time to think of an old Chuck Berry lyric. She's too cute to be a minute over 17. She sees Billy, sees the gun. Her mouth opens, the igloo tilts. The tray of franks starts to slide. Billy pushes it back to safety. Go, he says and points to the open door. Take that and get out. Get out of here. Go far. She doesn't say a word. Carrying the tray, she walks down the hall and out into the sunlight. Her posture, Billy thinks, is perfect, and the sunlight on her black hair suggests that God may not be all bad. She goes down the steps, back straight, and head up. She doesn't look back. The crowd cheers. The men watching do too. Someone shouts, "Fuck him up, Big Blue." Billy walks partway down the tiled corridor between 2 Georgia O'Keeffe prints. Mesas on one side, mountains on the other. Doors standing open. Through the gap between the hinges, Billy can see stairs going down. There's a commercial on for beer. Billy stands behind the open door, waiting for it to end, wanting their attention back on the game. Then Nick, from the foot of the stairs. "Maria? Where are those dogs?" When there's no answer, Maria, hurry up. Someone says, "I'll go see." Billy isn't sure, but it sounds like Frank. engine. Footsteps thumping up the stairs. Someone comes out into the hall and turns left, presumably towards the kitchen. It's Frank, all right. Billy recognizes him even with his back turned. The pump trying to cover the solar sex panel. Billy steps out from behind the door and follows him, walking on the sides of his feet. Glad he wore sneakers. Frank goes into the kitchen and looks around. Maria? Where are you, honey? We need... Billy hits him in the bald spot with the butt of the Glock, raising it high, giving it everything he has. Blood flies and Frank collapses forward, smacking his forehead on the butcher block table. In the middle of the room, on his way down. His mother's head was hard. Maybe Frank has inherited that from her along with his widow's peak. But Billy doesn't think he's coming back from this. Not for a while, anyways. And maybe never. Guys are always getting clonked on the head in films and getting up a few minutes later with little or no damage done. But that's not the way it works in real life. Frank McIntosh could die of a cerebral edema or a subdural hematoma. It could happen 5 minutes from now, or he could linger in a coma for 5 years. He might also come back sooner, but probably not before Billy finishes his day's work. Still, he bends and frisks him, no gun. Billy walks quietly back down the hall. The game must have resumed, because the crowd is roaring again. One of the men down there in Nick's man cave yells, "Fucking clothesline him." Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Billy descends the stairs. Not fast and not slow. 3 men are watching a TV screen that's beyond big. 2 of them are in bucket chairs. Third bucket chair, probably Frank's, is empty. Nick is sitting in the middle of a couch with his legs spread. He's wearing shorts that are too short, too tight, and too loud. His belly is bulging out the front of a New York Giants shirt, supporting a bowl of popcorn. The other 2 also have popcorn bowls, which is good because it keeps their hands occupied. Billy knows both of them. One he's seen in Nick's suite and in the Domino's main offices. An accountant, maybe. A numbers guy for sure. Billy doesn't remember his name. Mikey or Mickey or maybe Marky. The other was one of the fake Department of Public Works guys with the transit van, Reggie something. Well, it took you long enough, Nick says. The other 2 have seen Billy. But Nick only has eyes for the play in progress on the television. Just set it on the... He finally registers the shocked expression of his companion's expression of his companions, turns his head and sees Billy standing 2 steps from the carpeted floor. The look of fear and amazement that dawns on Nick's face gives Billy a great deal of satisfaction. It isn't payback for the last 5 months of his life, not even close, but it's a step in the right direction. Billy? The bowl balanced on Nick's stomach overturns and popcorn goes pattering to the rug. Hello, Nick. You're probably not glad to see me, but I'm glad to see you. He gestures with the Glock at the accountant guy, who has already raised his hands. What's your name? Mark Ambrowitz. Get down on the floor, Mark. You too, Reggie. On your stomachs, arms and legs spread wide, like you're making snow angels. They don't argue. They set aside their popcorn bowls carefully, get down on the floor. I've got a family, Mark Abrowitz says. That's good. Behave yourself and you'll see them again. Are either of you armed? He doesn't have to ask about Nick, because in that ridiculous game day outfit, got no place for a hidden weapon. Not even an ankle gun. 2 men face down shake their heads. Nick says Billy's name again. This time not in a question, but as an exclamation of delight. He's striving for his old lord of the manor on home and not finding very much of it. Where the hell have you been? Been trying to get in touch with you. Billy wouldn't bother to answer this ridiculous lie, even if he didn't have a more pressing concern. There's a 4th chair and a half-empty bowl of popcorn beside it. They keep it on the ground with Barkley, the play-by-play announcer says, with Jones leading the way. And turn it off, Billy says. Nick is king of the house and king of the couch, so of course the controller is beside him. What? You heard me. Turn it off. As Nick points the remote at the television, Billy is happy to see a slight tremble in his hand. The game goes away. Now it's just the 4 of them. But that 4th empty chair with a popcorn bowl beside it says there's an unaccounted for 5th. Where is he? Who? Billy points at the empty chair. Billy, I have to explain why I had to wait to get in touch with you. There was a problem at my end. Shut up. What a pleasure to say that. And what a pleasure not to have to play dumb. Mark! The accountant jerks his legs as if he's just had an electric shock. Where is he? Mark replies promptly, which is wise. He went to the bathroom. Shut up, asshole, Reggie says, and Billy shoots him in the ankle. He doesn't know he's going to do it until it's done, but his aim is as good as ever, and he regrets it no more than he regrets cold cocking Frank in the kitchen. Reggie was part of the plan to get rid of dumb old Billy Summers. Get him in the back of the fake DPW van, drive him a few miles out of town, put a bullet in his head. Case closed. Besides this little man, Cave Trio needs to know who's in charge. Reggie screams and rolls on his back, trying to clutch at his ankle. You fucking shot me. Shut up or I'll shoot you up. If you don't believe me, give it a try. Where's the bathroom? Point. Abramowitz points behind the couch. 3 pinball machines are lined up against, their lights flashing, but all the boops and beeps silenced because of the game. Just beyond them is a closed wooden door. Nick, tell him to come out. Come out, Dana. So that's who the missing man is, Billy thinks. Reggie DPW's partner, the little redhead with the dork knob who talked smack to me in the Gerard Tower. Maybe not the guy who got rid of Ken Hoff, but Billy thinks there's a good chance that he was. Of course it's Edison. Because every character in a story must be used at least twice. Dickens rule. And Zola's. He doesn't come out. Come on, Dana. It's okay. No answer. He armed? Billy asks. What, are you kidding? You think when I invite friends over to watch a football game, they come strapped? Billy says, I think we're going to find out about that. Nick, your 2 friends there on the floor understand that I can shoot? That it's what I do? He can shoot, Nick says. His normal olive complexion has gone yellow. He learned it in the Marines. Sniper. I'm going to go over to the bathroom. To convince Dana, come out. I guess you can't run, Reggie, but you still could, Mr. Abramowitz. Do it and I'll kill you. Same goes for you, Nick. I'm not going anywhere, Nick says. We'll work this out. Just have to explain why. Billy tells him again to shut up. And goes around the couch. Nick is now back to it. Nick is now back to him. And an easy headshot if Billy needs to take it. Reggie and the accountant are blocked by the couch. But Reggie has a shattered ankle and he doesn't think Abramowitz, the family man, is going to be a problem. Dana Edison he's concerned with. He stands beside the pinball machine closest to the closed door. He says, come on out, Dana. If you do that, you might live. Otherwise, no. Billy doesn't expect a reply and doesn't get one. Okay, I'm coming in. Like hell I am. But he bends, reaches forward, and grabs the doorknob. The second he rattles it, Edison fires 4 times. The shot's so rapid, Billy can hardly differentiate between them. It's a thin door, and there are no holes. It's a thin door, and there are no holes, only wood flying in big splinters. Billy senses movement behind him, but doesn't look. Nick and Abramowitz may be on the run, but neither's going to run into Edison's field. A fire, tackle him any more than that pair of mokes would have run into the fun house to try to rescue Johnny Caps. Edison will expect Billy to hesitate if he's still alive, so he doesn't. He steps in front of the splintered door and pumps a half dozen rounds into it. Edison shrieks. There's a clatter, and then only reality can serve up such absurdities. The toilet flushes. From the corner of his eye, Billy sees Abramowitz headed to the first floor in a series of gazelle-like leaps. Billy has no idea what Nick is up to, but he's not following Abramowitz up the stairs. And this is the wrong time to check further. He raises a foot and kicks. The remains of the door beside the lock. It flies open. Dana Edison is lying across the toilet, bleeding from the head and throat. His own Glock is lying in the shower, along with his little rimless spectacles. He apparently struck the toilet's flush lever when he went down. His eyes rolled up and look at Billy. Doctor. Billy looks at the blood spilling down the side of the toilet. The doctor isn't going to help Dana. Dana has bought that place they call the farm. Billy bends over him, gun in hand. You remember the last thing you said to me when you came to my office in the Gerard Tower? Edison makes a hoarse huffling sound. A spray of blood comes out with it. I do. Billy puts the muzzle of the Glock to Edison's temple. He said, "Don't miss." He pulls the trigger. Five. When he comes out, Reggie is on his knees in front of the couch. Billy can see the top of his head. He sees Billy and raises a small silver pistol that must have been stashed under one of the cushions. Nick wasn't unarmed, after all. Billy puts 2 rounds through the back of the couch before Reggie can fire, and Reggie flops backward, out of sight. Billy goes to the couch in 3 running steps and peers over. Reggie's on his back, the gun on the rug beside one of his outstretched hands. His eyes are open and starting to glaze. You should have settled for the shattered ankle, Billy thinks. Doctors might have been able to fix that. Something falls over deeper in the man cave. Glass shatters and there's a curse. Billy hurries that way, bent low. The lights in the area beyond the TV are off. But Billy can see Nick in the gloom. His back is turned. He's pushing the buttons on the lighted keypad beside the steel door. There's a billiard table in this adjoining room, and a few vintage slot machines, and a rolling bar that's lying on its side in a glitter of broken glass, and the eye-watering smell of spilled whiskey. Nick stabs frantically at the buttons, still cursing in Albanian. or whatever language he learned as a child, and has otherwise forgotten. He only stops when Billy tells him to quit it, and turn around. Nick does as he's told. He looks like a man on the precipice of death, which is fair because that's where he is. He's smiling just a little, but yeah, that's a smile. I went the wrong way. I should have taken the stairs like Marky. But he shrugs. That's your safe room? Yeah. And do you know what? I forgot the fucking combination. He shakes his head. Nah, that's bullshit. I blanked on the combination, just 4 numbers. And all I could remember is the second one. One's a 2. What about now? 6247, Nick says, and actually laughs. It happens to the best of us, and it happens to the rest of us. Nick studies him. He wipes his lips, which are shiny with spit. You sound different. You even look different. You were never as stupid as you made out, were you? Giorgio told me that, and I didn't believe him. Before you had him killed? Billy says. Nick's eyes widen, and what Billy could swear is a genuine surprise. Giorgio isn't dead. He's in Brazil. He studies Billy's face. You don't believe me. After the shit you pulled, why would I believe a word that comes out of your mouth? Nick shrugs as if to say, point taken. Can I sit down? My legs are all weak. Billy gestures with the barrel of the Glock to the 3 spectator seats beside the pool table. Nick walks unsteadily to the one in the middle, sits down. He reaches behind him and flips a switch that turns on the 3 hanging lights over the green felt. I never should have taken the contract. But all that money, it blinded me. Billy reckons he has some time. It'd be a mistake to push it too far, but he may have to do so anyways. Because he wants answers. Money seems secondary, not to mention unlikely. It's only in movies that the gangster has a wall of cash in his safe room. These days it's all computer transfers. Money hardly exists at all. Money has become the ghost in the machine. Higgs has got liver disease. You would have put money on his heart going, bad as he is. But it was his liver that turned out to be the problem. He needs a transplant. Doctors say no way unless he loses some weight, like 200 pounds. If he doesn't, he'll die on the operating table. So he went to Brazil. A fat farm? A special clinic. The kind where once you sign in, you can't sign out until you reach your target weight, and they let you sign out. He knew that's the only way it could work. Otherwise, he'd gone the first time he got a yen for a triple whopper with cheese. Billy's starting to believe it. Nick is talking about Giorgio mostly in the present tense, and he hasn't slipped up. In a way, it's like Edison flushing the toilet as he fell, mortally wounded. Some things are too bizarre not to be true. Georgie Pig's in a fat farm. In a fat farm gulag is surely one of those things. Giorgio knew he'd be ID'd after you killed Joel Allen. He's a fucking whale. But he was okay with that. He said it was a way of making sure he wouldn't back out at the last minute. New liver or no new liver. Plus he wanted to retire. Really. Billy would have believed Giorgio was one of those guys who would die in harness. Yeah, sunset years in Brazil. Think Argentina. Sunset years in Brazil? Think Argentina. Sounds expensive. What kind of retirement bonus did he get for helping to set me up? Nick hesitates and says, $3 million. 3 for Giorgio and 6 for bringing me down. Nick's eyes widen and he sags in the chair. He's thinking that if Billy knows that, any chance he might have had of getting out of this alive just flew away. Probably right. But you stuck at paying me the lousy $1.5 million you owed. I knew you were cheap, Nick. But I didn't peg you for a chiseler. Billy, we were never going to. You were. I want to hear you say it, or I'll kill you right now. You're going to kill me anyway, Nick says. And although his voice is steady enough, a single tear rolls down one plump and beautiful shaved cheek. Billy doesn't reply. Okay, yeah. We were going to kill you. That came with the deal. Dana was going to do it. I was going to be your Oswald. It wasn't my idea, Billy. I told the client you'd stand up no matter what. He insisted, and like I said, the money blinded me. Billy could ask how much Nick got, but does he want to know? He does not. Who's the client? Instead of answering, Nick points to the door leading to the panic room. I've got money. Not $1.5 million, but at least 80,000. Probably more, like 100. I'll give it to you and I'll get you the rest. I believe that completely. I also believe that we won in Vietnam and the moon landing was staged. Something else occurs to him. Did you know about the fire? Nick blinks at the change of subject. Fire? What fire? Those flashpots weren't the only diversion that day. There was a warehouse fire in a nearby town not long before I took the shot. I knew about it ahead of time because Hoff told me. Hoff told you? That Badula. You sure you didn't know about it? No. Billy believes him, but he wanted to hear him say it and watch his face as he did. It doesn't matter anyway. He's downriver from all that. Who was the client? Are you gonna kill me? I should, Billy thinks. You richly deserve it. Who was the client? Nick raises a hand to his face and brings it down slowly, wiping away sweat from his brow and more spit from his lips. His eyes say he has given up hope, and he never had much to begin with. If I tell you, will you at least let me pray before you do it? Or is killing me not enough? Do you want me in hell for eternity too? Now there are more tears. You can pray. Client's name first. Roger Clerk. First, Billy thinks he says clerk. Like the guy who takes your money in a convenience store, but then Nick spells it. The name has a highly familiar ring, but it's not one he associates with Nick's world, or Bucky Hanson's for that matter. More like a name Billy has seen in the newspapers, blogs, or heard on a podcast, maybe on TV. Politics? Business? Billy has little interest in either. Worldwide entertainment, Nick says. It's if you don't recognize it. WWE's only one of the 4 biggest media conglomerates in the world. Nick tries to smile. A man on his deathbed telling a feeble joke. But Billy hardly notices. He's rewinding almost all the way to the beginning, to his first meeting with Ken Hoff, who was certainly not looking forward to retirement in South America. Tell me. Nick does, and Billy is so totally amazed by what he hears and horrified that he loses track of time. He doesn't remember that not everyone at Promontory Point has been neutralized until he hears a desolate howl from upstairs. It is the sound only a mother can make when she discovers her son stretched out unconscious and maybe dying, maybe already dead. You want to live, Nick? A rhetorical question. Yes, yes. You let me. I'll see that you get your money, every cent of it. That's my solemn promise. His tears stopped while he was telling his tale. But at the possibility of a reprieve, they start again. Billy's not interested in Nick's promises, solemn or otherwise. He points to the unadorned steel door to the safe room. Upstairs, there's another howl. Then words, help me. Somebody help me. Are there guns in there? Nick is no longer the guy in charge. No longer the host with the most, who welcomed Billy with outstretched arms 5 months ago. No longer the drinker of champagne, who just wanted to help Billy with his getaway. He has been broken down to his basic humanity, which is his desire to continue drawing breath. And so Billy accepts his look of surprise as genuine. In the safe room? Why would I have guns in there? Go in, close the door, look at your watch, wait an hour. If you come out before then, I might be gone, I might still be here. As if Billy thinks, if I'm here, I'll kill you. I won't. And the money? I'll be in touch about that. Maybe, Billy thinks, or maybe I no longer want any of it. considering what I did and who I did it for. Not knowing at the time may be an excuse, but not a good one. Call off the bounty hunters. Tell them I came here. There was a shootout and I got killed. If there's still guys on the prod for me, you better hope they kill me, because if they don't, I'll come back. Here and kill you. Tell clerks the same thing. I'll ask him. And if he says anything different, I'll come back and kill you. Got it? Yes, yes. Billy gestures towards the TV part of the man cave. Clean that mess up. Make it go away, do you understand? Help me, he won't wake up. Do you understand? Yes, what are you planning to get in there? Nick has no trouble with the combo this time. The door must be sealed as tight as the airlock of the spaceship, because there's a faint whoosh when it opens. Nick goes in, gives Billy a final look from eyes that no longer believe they are master of all they survey. Maybe that's revenge enough, or would be, if it were to last. Billy knows it won't. For once in your life, be honorable, Billy says. Nick closes the door. There's a thud as it relocks. Billy sees a cheesecloth bag full of billiard balls hanging from a hook beside the chair. He takes it and spills the balls onto the green felt of the table. He gets Edison's Glock from the bathroom and Nick's hideout gun from where it lies next to Reggie's dead hand. He puts both guns in the bag. Then he searches Reggie's pants pockets, an unpleasant task to be done because he has no intention of driving out of here in the old pickup. With its unreliable starter, he finds the keys of Reggie's vehicle. Billy has tucked his own Glock in the bib pocket of his coveralls. As he mounts the stairs, he takes it out. Now he can hear Frankie's mother, who Billy has started to think of as bride of Terminator, on the telephone. Nix. Yes, you idiot, Nix. Why did you think I'm calling you instead of the hospital? Billy goes down the hall to the kitchen, once more walking on the side of his feet. Can't see Marge, a.k.a. Mommy Elvis, but he can see her shadow pacing back and forth in the shadow of the landline cord. He can also see a Mossberg shotgun lying beside Frank McIntosh's splayed feet. It's got to be the one Sal, the gate guard, had slung over his shoulder. Should have taken it when I had the chance, Billy thinks. Get there fast. He's barely breathing. Billy drops to his knees and leans forward, hand outstretched. She has used a towel to stop the blood from the back of Frank's head and left it on the nape of his neck. Billy snags a shotgun by the trigger guard and pulls it toward him slowly, hoping she won't hear it and turn. He wants no more to do with Marge. He feels a sudden cold prickling along the back of his neck, knows it's Nick. He had a gun in the safe room, after all. Came out, he climbed the stairs. Now he's aiming the gun at the back of Billy's head. Billy turns, hearing his neck creak. Sure, it will be the last sound he ever hears, at least in this world. No one is there. He gets to his feet, his knees pop. Frank's mother hears it, comes around the fridge. Not as big as the TV, but almost. And comes around the fridge and stares at him. Her face is one big bruise. Billy thinks of Alice again. Marge is still holding the phone, but the cord has reached its limit. All its curls now straight. Her lips part for a second. Billy points the Glock at the prone figure of her son and raises the barrel to his lips. Shh. The snarl stays, but she nods. Billy leaves, backing down the hall till he gets to the front door. The SUV is parked on 6. The SUV is parked on the tarmac. The SUV parked on the tarmac has a triple diamond logo on the grill that matches the one on Reggie's keys. When he gets inside, it still has the new car smell, although it's fighting a losing battle against the smell of its late owner's cigarettes. There's an aluminum tabletop pie tin on the console full of butts. Billy rolls down the window and tosses it out. Something else for Nick to clean up. Marge comes out the door. In bright sunlight, she looks like death on a cracker. "If my son dies, I'll get you," she hollers. "If he dies, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth." And she probably would, Billy thinks. But Frank got what was coming to him. So did you. He never got a chance to show Nick the slogan on his t-shirt. But now he calls it out to him. Happens in Vegas, stays in Vegas. Yes. He drives past Sal's body and through the open gate. Once he's on Route 45, he phones Alice and tells her he's all right. Against all odds, this is true. His only wound is a scrape from Marge's trowel. Thank God. It says, "Are you Did you? I'll be there in a couple of hours, maybe sooner. I've upgraded my ride. I'm driving a green Mitsubishi Outlander now. I want you to pack up. We're leaving. Tell you everything on the way. Nor will he omit anything. He deserves to know the whole thing, especially if he's going to ask her for help with the rest. He hasn't completely made up his mind about that. He has only the vaguest intimations of a plan, but he's leaning in that direction. It will be her decision, but there are powerful reasons for wanting her in on the rest, and she'll know it, thinks. Are we going back to, your friend's place? To start with, you can stay there or you can come back east with me to finish this business. Your choice. Her reply is instant. I'll come. Don't decide now. Wait until you hear where I'm going. Why? He ends the call. Ahead of him is the Las Vegas Smog Bowl, which he will be happy to leave behind. The slogan on his shirt, the very Vegas slogan that he didn't get to show Frank, but called out to Frank's mom, is, if you want to play, you have to pay. Someone else needs to pay. Roger Clark. He's a very bad man. Ducks in the pool. Never noticed that the boxer duck has tape on his bill.
Quack. Quack, quack. Quack.
We will up Billy's. If you guys want, we can start another book after that. Have a second one. And all what? Nowhere near as big. I probably peruse that and see what it's like. If might not, might start that. If not, try to make library something. If I can't find something even better next time. If you guys want me to read more. If not, that's okay. I'm gonna leave it right here. I'm going to raid out to Dirtbag on doing some fishing. So if you like fishing, that's what he's Fishing Planet. We'll put you in his very capable. Good rest of your Friday night / Saturday morning. I will be back again. We will finish Billy Summers. Or we will finish Billy Summers and we might jump over and play Talia.